Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream, everybody. There we go. Make myself a note. Making myself a note of something I got to work on. Man, always a struggle just to fire this thing up, everybody. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Let's see if we can get this working over here. Man, I tell you, every single time I start to stream, it's always like so much stuff I have to solve just to start the stream up. My OBS is acting funny, keeps resetting all of my setups and everything. Man, you can't complain though, it's free, but still, it really sucks when you have to constantly fix the shortcomings all the time. It keeps resetting how I have my setup each time, so I have to fix it every single time. There we go. All right, there you are. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it and hear me. We're going to get into some Satisfactory today, everybody. We've been working on our coal and our oil, collecting all of that, and of course, we've got it ready right over here. You can see all of our coal coming in. So our goal today, everybody, is to go in and try to consolidate all of the coal, and then we're going to bring it over here where we have all of the oil already. Over here, we have all the oil in the entire game, except for a little bit that's over there on the far side. This currently being used for our current power, but that's all going to be replaced with our new massive fuel plant that we're going to produce over here. The biggest problem with production and collecting of things is the fact that you got to have a nice throughput, a nice flow of resources coming in and going out. So what I like to do, of course, is backlog tons and tons of resources, which I have done. And we're going to go ahead and let our coal backlog, let all of our stuff backlog a bit, and then we're going to create an even larger backlog of each and everything. So we will have a massive, massive backlog of our coal and our oil. Now, of course, this is in in pursuit of our ultimate goal, which is to do every single process in the game. Now, I did just see that 1.2, which will allow you to actually chain connect all of your resources together, which is great because I have not done all the processes yet, so I've not taken all the time to do that and then just undo it afterwards, which isn't that hard, everybody. When you have it set up in Blueprint, you can very easily replace it. But very much looking forward to the new vehicle paths and all of that kind of stuff. As well, I can already see I've got a problem with my trades. My trains are flashing somewhere. There's something going on with my trains. I can see them flashing. Coal train. We've got some train problems. We got trains blocking trains. We got to get into that. But first, we'll say hello to chat. We'll go ahead and get started here. Again, we're going to have trouble with that big, long train. We've got a massively long train. So we're going to need to figure out all the kinks of that. Now, the cool thing is that this oil is not actually producing any power now, and same thing with the coal. So if our trains get messed up, everybody, now's the time to test it, right? You have your main power, which is separate, and then, of course, you're testing all of these routes to make sure that if you weren't paying attention, you went and made yourself a PB&J sandwich, peanut butter and jelly, you come back, all of a sudden your whole factory is not working anymore, right? So important to kind of beta test all that stuff, especially when you're doing it at the scale that I'm doing. So today's goal is to try to collect as much coal as we can. If we can get all of it today, awesome, but I seriously doubt that. That's a lot of work, but we'll try to get as many as we can, all consolidated, and then run to some trains, which can, of course, bring them all over here. And, of course, we'll run our train stations here. Probably we'll go over another one here because eventually we're going to replace these train stations over here with a bunch of coal because we just want all of our coal and all of our oil bringing to the same spot where we can just manage it. And then we can also increase the amount of trains that are running. We could also add additional tracks to our train lines. Because remember, in real life, everybody, in real life, it's all about cost. It costs you money. But in game, it costs you time, which is really your most valuable asset anyway, both in life and in game. So we have really an unlimited amount of stuff that we can do until we hit, there's a build limit, everybody. And that's an Unreal Engine build limit, not necessarily a game limit that they imposed. But there's only so much you can build before you hit that maximum limit. And I have never hit that limit, and we'll see. But if you are looking to get 1.2, it is coming out on Tuesday, not this next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after that on Tuesday, June 2nd, which I did post on my Discord and all that stuff earlier as well for all of you. So you can go check that out. And again, then we will be able to chain the stuff together. And I have all of that news, of course, going right to my Discord. So if you are looking for the latest thing on 7 Days to Die or Subnautica or whatever else, in the case of Satisfactory, all that news just drops right into my thing, and I see all that news. So sometimes people are like, Kismet, did you see such and such thing? I typically will. Again, you can still tell me. I don't mind. I'm not offended if I hear the same thing twice, everybody. But I do see all of that. I do see it all because it all comes to my phone, and I just kind of look through, oh, what's the latest news on Satisfactory? What's the latest news on 7 Days to Die? And again, the only time I don't see the news before you is pretty much if I'm asleep. If I'm asleep or I'm busy. See, like a lot of times I'm always tinkering. I'm always trying to get things to work, or I'm just getting the whole entire setup to start up. Sometimes that's the toughest part. It's just getting it to load up before the stream. Sometimes I spend, an hour just trying to fix all the things that go off the rails. I don't do anything, everybody. I just leave it. I just quit out of it, open it back up again, and it's all screwed up. I have to fix it. That's a Microsoft shoddy workmanship, everybody. It's kind of like that door that doesn't quite close properly. That's Microsoft over its entire lifespan. Always building shoddy stuff. The cheapest common denominator. And that's why you guys spend so much time fixing the stuff all the time. But that is the price of admission, everybody, is to fix crap that you really don't want to. You just want to play a game. You don't want to sit here and do this. I just want to stream. I want to sit here for an hour and fix all the stupid things they did on whatever latest update they did. But it is what it is. You got to pay the toll, everybody, to ride the ride, as they say. So we're going to get into it again. We're going to do some Satisfactory today. We're doing 1.1 currently. I don't really play the experimental versions anymore. I kind of wait till they go to the live version as well. But let's go ahead and say hello to the chat. We're going to get into it. I did see some peeps in there when I was trying to get everything running. I saw Paul in there. I saw Tab in there. And let's see, I think I got Raz here in my little thing I can do. Yeah, there's Raz right there saying, oh, I don't know why, but there you go. H2O coming in saying hi. What's up, H2O? Thanks for chilling out in the channel. We got Tab with a 1, Foggy, we got Paul, we got H2O, all letting us know everything is working. So we're going to go ahead and give you guys 1,000 Kiscats for being here at the top of the stream and another 1,000 just for letting me know that everything is working. Tab coming in, trying out those brand new memorial emotes. Thank you for that awesome segue. We did update the emotes as well, everybody. You got the love, you got the food, and you also got the elite emotes for Memorial Day. I'd like to say thanks to all the service members out there who, if you did serve in the military in the past or currently serving, thank you so much for your service. My family was military family, my wife's family, very much military family of many generations as well. And I appreciate all the people standing a post so we don't have to, so we get the freedom that to choose what we get to do every day. They're out there looking after us, and I greatly appreciate all the peeps from the past and currently serving. So make sure to show them some love through the Memorial Holiday. Now, see, I show them some love early, and then all through the Memorial Holiday, and then forevermore, everybody. I appreciate people who serve in the military. That's a tough thing. 1.2 comes June 2nd. Yes, I just said that. Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the chat. Appreciate it. Regenerate Jay coming in with the love. He's got a little tycoon twist going on. I love it. And I'm pretty excited about getting in here and getting this cold going, everybody. So I say we just jump in, get it going. Here we go. All right, we got some train problems right up there at the top. You can see we've got some issues. So let's go ahead and solve those issues. I don't know why my sound has to go up and down all the time. Let's try that. That still sounds like it's louder. I don't understand why the game sounds are always up and down, up and down. There we go. Try to keep that sound real low so I don't have to try to talk over it. There we go. All right, we got to get over here. There's a train going this way, but I don't think it's going where we need to go. We need to get over here and hit this hypertube. Boom, there we go. We're going to take this hypertube over this way, and I guess they're just a little bit faster. All right, we got to go figure out where these trains are and how to solve the problem. So the oil can train cannot go up here because we got the 18 car train, we got the far oil train, we got the coal train coming back, and that one's going to probably get stuck as well. We don't want to use our accelerator. Well, that one seems to be working fine. That's because it's on its own track. That's actually the coal that's producing power right over there. Now, oh, there it goes. Tab in there, making it rain. Yeah, I kind of feel like we've got multiple trains that are blocking each other here. And we can see that this one is not progressing. And it's blocking our really long train, which is trying to get in here and turn around. But this one is stopped up there because most likely there's something up the track here that's blocking it. These two here are blocking its ability to move forward. So this tells us that what we need is we need a block signal over here. We're going to turn it this way. We're going to do that. And that's going to bring that other train up forward. And it's going to have the ability to slide forward here to get out of the way. And that'll fix that problem in the future as well. And that'll let our other train go forward, which is most likely blocking the ability for this train to move forward over here. So we definitely want to add some block signals in both directions. so that doesn't happen again. Probably want to move back just a bit. Maybe right here before it goes down in there like that. So that that kind of thing won't happen again. And again, yeah, this one was stopped because the other one stopped it because, because the other one stopped this one, which stopped the other one, which stopped that one. And you get the idea. And that was pretty much it. Just need a couple block signals. And this is what you're testing. This is why we're letting this stuff run without actually producing the power. Because at the scale that we're doing it, everybody, you got to kind of let it run and see if it resolves itself. And it's going to be a bunch of cycles, and this is very, very far. This is clear across the entire map. Again, this is the first time I bothered ever going to this extreme. But we have every bit of oil everywhere running back to the base, and we've gone in and we were working a bit on our coal. Now, the coal right here is actually being used for our actual power right now, which is separate, and eventually we'll go ahead and modify that to be part of our coal. But we went down here and we're collecting our pure node here, another pure node here. All this coal is already being run back. We've gone over here and collected all of this coal, and we have run this coal to the 18-car pickup here, which is a massive train, probably the largest train I've ever bothered to build. Because what I like to do, everybody, is I like to save things to do later on in mega playthroughs, which is what we're doing now, the mega playthrough of Satisfactory. So what we want to do is basically go in here and collect this. Now you can see there's a reef oil train coming all the way up here. And we could add a station along the same already pre-existing track. See, now that's the thing we want to do. We want to use the pre-existing system so that we don't have to keep rebuilding all of our tracks over and over again. So that's the main thing that we want to do. Wow, thank you, Wolfie, for that massive amount of follow love right there. Appreciate you. And again, so we want to use our pre-existing run lines. Now, of course, we're going to have issues with trains running into each other and blocking each other, and that's what we're going to need to resolve as we go along. And again, we're going to let it run, see if it runs pretty smoothly. And then, of course, we're going to keep adding more and more and more trains as we go. One of the things we do need to do, though, is we need to go ahead and move some of the production that's currently blocking our production of our coal. And we're going to need to really combine a lot of coal together. And the other question is, Kismet, why do you have such a long train? Oh, and there it is coming back the other way. For coal, why not just consolidate it down into just a few cars? Now, the reason why is we're testing the throughput of making everything 300 on all of our trains. And the reason why is you'll hit the cap, especially of fluids, but also with your resources, because you can only unload it so fast, and you can only load it so fast as well. So again, making it so kind of like when you're playing a game like 7 Days to Die, if you have a one workbench, it's going to take 30 minutes. But if you have two workbenches and you split it between the two, so if it's outputting both at the same time, then it's going to take 15 minutes. And if you have four workbenches, guess what? Going to take just a few minutes and you'll have all of them done. And that's basically the theory of using more train cars, because more train cars means it can output that coal faster out of the train cars, get it unloaded into these boxes here as fast as possible, and then go back and get more trains, which means you'll need less trains and it will output from the train faster, right? Or unload from the train faster. Which is why we are doing that. The same thing with our oil, everybody. We are going at 300 per oil, even though we're using the 600. And the reason why we are using the 600 is actually it outputs double because we are using two storages. So when it outputs, it's outputting at 1200 and 1200 again. So really that's 2400 output that it is doing at the same time. Now, when it loads the coal, it does all the coal at the same time. Boom, puts it in there, and then unloads it at 2400. The same thing over here for our oil. Hey, Raz, thank you very much for the love. That's 102 months, everybody. Show some love in the chat. The same thing with the oil over here, everybody, is that it is outputting at double speed. So it takes all the oil, puts it in there, and it is outputting at 600 and 600, which is 1200 that it is outputting and then storing itself in here. Then we have them both output, and then they recombine into a single 600, or we could have them both outputting separately if we choose. But really, if you go back to the original input is 300. And you're like, well, Kismet, why would you make it like that? Well, because you're going to build up a backlog of that oil, and you'll want it to basically utilize that oil to its fullest extent, right? And like right now, I could actually add even more of these and could be backlogging an absolute massive amount of oil. We'll go through and do all the numbers and do all that stuff toward the end. But what we really need to do is, before we do all the numbers and do all that, we're not really building the power plant yet, so we don't really need to know those numbers. All we need to do is get all the resources from all the different places and bring them here. That's the most important thing, right? At the most efficient way that we can. Now, we've got some trains over here that are currently being utilized for different resources. And those resources actually are being used along the chain here. You can see we have a bunch of quick wire running over here. I believe I have this quick wire running somewhere. Yes, down through there and across there. I can see it underneath there. So what I need to do is I need to move some of this stuff out of the way. I probably could sneak another thing in here, and we have this production over here, which is taking all of this and producing a bunch of diamonds and things like that that actually are being produced, because you can see that they're actually being produced here, and then this is producing time crystals, which is producing something which I can't even remember. So we'll go ahead and follow our time crystals here. We got time crystals there. There goes something there. All right, what are we producing down here? Oh, we got a whole backlog of them. I can see that they are still backlogging in this box. Maybe it is just backlogging them because I don't see the belts moving. And if I don't see the belts moving, it means most likely that nothing is really going on with it. And you can see I have all my logistics underneath the base. No reason for me to micromanage that under the base. And it's heading way over this way. Up to this top part I built here. Now we got a bit of spaghetti going over here. Always good to have a little spaghetti. We also have our original coal drop off here, which is of course being converted into fuel and then also turbo fuel. This whole entire factory, everything that you see, is 20,000 power, everybody. And that is probably the most efficient I've ever played through the game. And remember, efficiency first. And I think that's way more impressive than even the largest of the largest builds, everybody, is that you can do it with only 20,000 power. And I kind of feel like I could do it with just 10. And I probably could. Especially if I was on a server and I could just let it run. But this particular playthrough is on a local playthrough. What are we waiting for here? Iron ingots over here. But this is currently on. Okay, just waiting for some iron ingots there. Now, I could add more iron ingots, but the whole point of this is that we will eventually replace all of these processes everywhere, including all of those buildings there. Will all be replaced, and all of this will be replaced with our new setup over here. And this, I'll come over here and take all this stuff out. Replace it with new processes, because the only thing that really matters is really this. This whole game is based on power. You need to have enough power for whatever it is you're doing, or it'll shut off and everything will come to a halt. So your highest priority is how do you produce power to keep your functioning base going and keep it producing resources for you. Now, I'm very much the type of person that likes to do a combination of all the different techniques. You have your spaghetti where you're just running stuff, and you say, okay, well, I need this to be over here and this to here, and I need to make some plates and some computers, and I need to make this and that and the other thing. And so you're just kind of running lines, however it will work out, and you just kind of figure out the logistics in the moment. Then you go ahead and you start to build a bit more advanced. In my case, these are vertical modular buildings here. The part in blue is storage. The part in orange is actually production. So we collect a bunch of raw iron. That iron is then converted into plates and into rods and then into screws, and you get the idea. And then it's vertically stacked, so it doesn't take up that much room in your base because you have lots of vertical space, everybody. You really do. We also didn't put it on the water. We have it above the water, and that allows us to, of course, collect plenty of water underneath here. There's an awesome spot for massive tons of water, not really bothered by too many mobs here, as well as these are pure nodes, everybody. So if you are starting the game, this is an incredibly awesome spot, and I'll show you what it is. I call it the bunny. It looks like a little bunny because here's the eye right here with the leg right here and the little bunny tail at the back. I don't know. That's what I see anyway. And it's kind of turned sideways with its head facing down this way. But then again, I'm an artist, so I see stuff in clouds and in in-game maps too. So there you go. So what you want to do is go over here, and you can see that these iron nodes are pure iron nodes. Over here, we have a pure copper node and a pure limestone node. In fact, we have two of those. So we have three pure iron nodes, one pure copper node, two pure limestone, and then up here we have a pure sulfur node. And sulfur, probably one of the most valuable things in the whole entire game, because you can see there are not too many sulfur nodes. There's a few here and there, but there's not really an abundance like there is when it comes to like iron or even stuff like copper and whatnot. More common than sulfur. Sulfur is one of those things that you need a massive amount at some point. And you can see that we're tapping actually two nodes, a normal sulfur node there and a pure sulfur node over here. Also, another pretty rare one is the uranium. And again, probably not in this playthrough, probably in a future playthrough, we will go and do some more nuclear power, which we've done in the past. Again, I've played the game almost 3,000 hours, but I've played through 50 times, or I don't even remember. It could be 100 times. I don't remember. It's a lot. And I played through multiple ways and tried it on the server, on a local game, and whatnot. And I love to mega build like this, where you're just really testing the limits of what you can do in game. And so again, all of these ones here, including some of these nodes here, you can see I've got these check marked over here, including these ones down here. All of these ones that are check marked means that I have tapped those, or I'm using those, I'm extracting from those. And these are all extracting at their maximum amount, right? This impure node is being overclocked. It's extracting its maximum amount. It's never going to produce any more than it's going to produce now, because we're at the end of the game. Now, I could have finished the game. I've already finished it multiple times in the 1.0 and later version, and about 30 times, depending on, you know, what stage it was in when it was being developed. But I've gone to the max stages many, many times. And in this playthrough, again, we are kind of trying to tap every single thing we can in the game. But our ultimate goal is to create one of each and every one of the processes and let those processes run into the dimensional depot. And to do that, we're going to need a substantial amount of power. And we've chosen fluid as our power of choice in this particular playthrough. Now, again, I might start a new playthrough in the future, and then we'll play through again, see how it goes when we do that. But when I'm doing mega playthroughs, everybody, they take a really long time, because this is a lot of work to go in and combine all this stuff. And again, we have all the oil from everywhere, which is pretty awesome. When 1.2 comes out, by the way, I will continue to play this playthrough, if you're wondering, as well. I see we got some coal down here we need to tap in this lower part and make a train for that as well. Yes, down here. I see we got to get that going on. Maybe we'll do that one first, because that one looks like 4 separate nodes. And these are all normal nodes. So, and we've got a train station right here that we could go ahead and just add another train station by the coal and just kind of run that onto this train track and then have that train track work its way back. But what we really need is we need space for all of our stuff. And again, all of this is going to be wiped out over time. And I do that as I play through the game. I will build stuff and then I'll take it out, build stuff, take it out. as I progress. This here is for the holiday event, everybody, for Fixmas. And I kind of built that in. You can see we've got all our trees in there. We're going to leave that in this playthrough as well. So we really want to reassign where this quick wire is going temporarily so that we can add more coal. And don't really see it doing too much with these diamonds. So I feel like we could probably work our way in here. We're going to have tracks in the way here as well as it kind of goes around and goes under. I feel like we could take these trains out and move them elsewhere. I see a train is currently waiting. Why? Oh, this one's waiting for this one to come through. This one is waiting for something. And again, we're going to have this kind of trains are waiting problem. Why is that one wait? Oh, this one's waiting to go that way and can't go that way because this one does not have a block signal right there. So what we want to do is have a block signal right there so that this train can come through, right? Because this one right here is saying, hey, you can't come through here because this is currently blocking that output. So that's why we need to put that there so this one can go through, freeing up this other track, and then this one can go back the other way and end up going that way. Again, these are all the things you need to solve as you go along. And then here comes our purple train, which is basically our SAM ore. I believe this one is our SAM ore. Let's go see. Yes, this is our SAM ore over here. And that SAM ore, of course, is being run over there and being utilized. What are we doing with this big stack of stuff right here? What do we got right here? This is a bunch of random resources in here. And actually, we just hit F. Oh, yes. We have a massive amount of random resources just sitting in here. Okay. That should be over there with all that other rando resources. Let's go ahead and take all out of there. I see I was just consolidating this down for some reason. Not sure why, but we'll go ahead and work our way down. And we'll start at the beginning. Now, I have a sorter over here which does sort all of these resources. So we're going to go ahead and just grab all that out of there so we can get rid of that. And then start to figure out our logistics to move that stuff out of the way. And then build ourselves a more coal train stations. So let's go over here among our spaghetti. Now, of course, if you're the one that designed it, you know how it works. So we can go in here, and the first thing I do before I throw it in the dimensional, before I have it sort, is I go in and see if I can put it in the dimensional depot directly, like so, and there it goes. Okay, and then we'll put our filters in there. How about some of this compacted coal? Yes, we can put that in there. How about this? Nope, that's full. You'll see a little bit of a... you'll see a little symbol that says, hey, that's full. And I usually start with the ones that have the least amount up to the ones that have the most. And then this here, see the little exclamation point? That's right there. That says that that's already full. How about supercomputers? Supercomputers can go in there. Very nice. We'll put our explosive rebar back in there. That one is full. How about some of our ammo? Ammo full as well. We probably should do something like this and just kind of go down the line. Computers, no. That's going to be no. This is going to be no. How about some silica? Nope, that's full. AI. Oh, AI things can go in there. Okay, cable probably going to be full. Quick wire, definitely full. Okay, the AI ones, only a few of those AI limiters. Very nice. And then definitely our little guys there and all of our things there. Again, we just get those organized. How about this? This is full. Any of our basic coal, we can go ahead, or copper, we can put in there. We'll wait for this to finish here. Coal looks good. Let's see. How about trigons? Trigons full. Now, ultimately, we'll want this to put every single one of these resources in here, but I kind of feel like that's probably good. Then what we'll do is we'll utilize this box right here, which goes along this sorter and puts stuff away in these boxes. So we'll just say store all. And then it's basically going to do some of the work for us. It's going to go through here. It's going to say, hey, do I have enough room in the box? There it goes. And you can see that it is organizing these steel beams. And if I need those steel beams, they'll be right here for me to use. And it looks complex, everybody, but remember, you just built one thing at a time, and complexity builds over time. So you just build one thing, and you say, hey, I want this to go and sort this into my concrete box, and there you go. Now you got the one thing done. Now, okay, now I want it to sort into my my other box, which is going to be my rods, and then plates, and so on. And then you're building that complexity over time. Again, when you're just kind of coming in and seeing someone else do it, it seems like it's this big, hard thing, but really not. Just take it one step at a time, and you'll get it going. And you can see over here, same thing. It is now putting any extra modular frames away right over there. Now, I believe I do have a bunch of extra dimensional depots now. You have 11 dimensional depots. So if I do have a bunch of extra stuff, I could go ahead and put that in there. I wonder if we have all of our modular frames. Let's go find out. We'll put this back in my inventory. We'll put this in here. It does. It is maxed out, our modular frame, so we don't need to do that. Our copper is now maxed out. So there's really no reason for me to run that in there. Only if I'm running out of that particular thing do I even bother to make another dimensional depot. If I find, oh wait, I'm running out of rotors, which is a great example, hey, I will go and say, oh, I need to run these rotors into there. So if I do sort a bunch of extra rotors, because sometimes you build stuff and then you take it out, you build stuff, you take it out because you're working with it, and that stuff will build up in your inventory, which is why I have this big stack of stuff here, because I was building enter name of thing here. Whatever it was I was building. And I think we can go ahead and grab a bunch more. Now, we also have some stuff in here that we don't need to sort. I saw some presents and stuff like that. We don't need to sort that. We have all that stuff nicely taken care of. So we're going to hold down Control, and we're going to drag that in there. Anything to do with the Fixmas event, we can go ahead and take that out. And then again, some of these have dimensional depot. So and when I sort it, it will automatically sort it into a box. And then if I ever need it later on, it'll go in the dimensional depot. Now, ultimately, we will build a massive storage location that will store every resource and then put every single resource in the dimensional depot. Now, each particular thing doesn't necessarily have to go to a central location, though. Great example, way off in the distance over there, you can kind of see it between these buildings, is our concrete. Our concrete is being produced from a pure node, and that concrete is being put into the dimensional depot automatically. I do not have to ever touch it again, right? I have extracted it as maximum amount. I have overclocked it. I have created a bunch of backlog of it. It has about 20 boxes of concrete that it is producing and saving. And then once it has filled up those boxes, once it has filled up the dimensional depot, it automatically turns itself off. I don't have to do anything. And that is caused by the backlog of it producing resources. So once it fills, it'll then go to the previous machine, all the way back to the actual extractor itself. And then, boom, it just automatically turns itself off. So you can have that automatic power management that you don't even need to manage. Like right now, I don't need to manage my concrete. I actually have a bunch extra on me right now. But I don't need to manage any of that, because anytime that I need more, it'll automatically produce more, fill up as much as it can, and then automatically turn itself off. So it's basically managed itself. This is why my power is so efficient, is the fact that I can just run it till it's done, and then it will turn off. And then over here, again, still sorting. Look at it going. And we'll go ahead and store a bunch in there. And then we do have another box here where we can store that. That'll take care of all of that. And I also see that we have some more of these that we can just go ahead. See how many more of those we can just throw right in here. Now, these are nuclear pasta, which are being used for various things. down the line, including unlocking the space elevator. You can see that we are almost done with our thing up there. And we are actually on phase 5. I could have finished the game about 50 times now. Again, we're just at the end. We've unlocked everything that we can unlock, and we're just having fun now versus trying to finish the game, which, again, I have already done. You can see we've already unlocked everything. And really the big thing that you want to do is deal with your power. And that's why we are over here working on this. And then we're just going to take all of these out now. And there we go. One less thing to think about. There we go. And I like to build the sorter very early. When you get the smart sorter, you can just build that sorter pretty easily. You say, okay, if it's a plate, go in here. If it's if the plate is full, go over the overflow and then get rid of those extra plates or store them. And if it is something else, then go forward and check it on the next box and so on. Basically, that's the gist of that sorter. And I typically build the sorter pretty early on, so again, when my inventory keeps filling up, which it will do quite often, you don't have to worry about it as much. There we go. And again, it'll take care of all of that. And if there's anything in there that we want to deal with later, we can. We can also just run that stuff into the awesome sink if we want, and don't really have to worry about it. Again, we have all this stuff running all over the place. We'll take care of that over time. But right now, we want to go ahead and divert our quick wire and our SAM ore. And we want to remove this here. And I kind of feel like this is going to be in the way. We need to think about the logistics of it going back this way. So this is coming in that direction. Or coming in through this direction. This is coming back this way and then going that way. Or it goes back the other way. And again, we have a train stopped here. Waiting to roll forward. All right, look at it go. Holy mackerel, that is a train. That train's waiting for another train to clear so it can turn around and come back, though it could have probably done that earlier. And it's going to come around here and it's going to end up behind this train, which is what we're going to try to eliminate. Now, we've got a problem here at the end, because what we really want this to do is to go down here and turn around and come back and connect to here, and then either go left or go right. So we can consolidate all of this other track lines that we have over here into a single line. We could have it either come from this direction and end up in here, or we could have it go here, turn around, and then come down around this track and end up in there as well. So from either direction. But we also wanted to go out on this side as well. So we want to go here and go that way or go this way. So we want to kind of create a spot here. We're going to take all this railing out. This is going to be in the way for now. And this part right here needs to be in both directions. And so this one is going this way so it can go under. And that's our oil train going under. But why can our oil train not make it over here? So you'd want to get our oil trains lined up like so. We have this oil train coming in this way. That one is turning around. Why did it wait for that train to go right? Because there's a block signal right there. It should not have had to wait for that train to go right, because you can see here that it ends here. This should have been just fine to go this way. And you can see another train coming in. That train is turning around. That tells me this is my coal train that's going to be right here, because it's turning around and it's going to go over there. So what we really need to do is think about the logistics of our future coal over here and rework a bit of what's going on over here. So our oil is running over here. We want our oil to be somewhat separate from the rest of our stuff here. We can see actually we have this block signal which is flashing here. It looks like I had changed the way that went. Let's take that block signal out. There we go. And we are running this under and then back here. Why are we not running this all the way straight down to here and then having it either go left or right? Because we could run this under here and then have it come up on the other side. So what we really want to do is create a dual track along this end here that is going this way or that way here, and kind of rework what we've got going here. What we've done is we've just kind of tapped into what we already had before, but this the way these tracks are here could be way more efficient. Again, really important to know which way your tracks are going. Like this is a return track. These are return tracks. This one is just turning back around and ending back here. But in theory, if we have a coal train going here, we could have that train come off of there, go under, and then end up over here. Or we just have it go and turn around. Again, we're trying to alleviate how many trains are waiting on other trains. That's an important thing. We got this train coming in, and it's going back that way. And we're going to eliminate both of those trains here in a second. We no longer need the quick wire or the SAM or any of this. So let's start at the beginning here. Let's go ahead and remove all of this. We're going to take this and throw all these diamonds away and let that kind of backlog. We're going to take our particle accelerator out so it doesn't make more of those. And we're going to remove this under here. There we go. And our goal is to eliminate all of this other stuff. Because again, eventually this will all be remade. What do we have here in the box? We'll go ahead and get rid of that. Now, if we do need any of this, we can always make more, no big deal. We do have plenty of coal. Eliminate this pole here as well. And this. And we can also work on our underlines later on. This we can see is doing this, so we're going to go ahead and just go to our blueprint, which is very convenient to be able to just go ahead and disconnect all of this for now. Now, the problem with disconnecting this, obviously, we're going to have some return issues, but it doesn't really matter because we are not really using this stuff for anything other than this was doing a bit of production. But now's a great time to reevaluate what we're doing over here. And we'll take all this out. And we just need to make a note over here. I'm going to note that we need to reset up quick wire. Reset up SAM or stations. Make a note in my spreadsheet to work on that here in a bit. But again, these are low priority. And then again, just removing all this stuff. The coal I'm going to go ahead and let keep running there. We're going to make some big strides today. So we're just setting ourselves up for some success here. And again, we have a dual return we're going to need over here. Both an input and an output. Again, we have our coal train coming in, and we don't have any return for our current coal train. So what we're going to do is have to set up a different return and try to figure out a way that this oil train no longer needs to go that way, that it will go this way and end up on this same line over here. Again, I see that one's waiting. Why is that one waiting? Waiting for that one probably to clear the station. And then that one will pull in there. It's turning around. What is this one? That is our coal train. That's coming around into there. Okay. So we have this turnaround that we can use for it coming into the station. So we need, again, add a bit of complexity to what we're doing here. We need to first have our incoming and outgoing. So this is outgoing. Let's go ahead and we're going to disturb a bunch of this here, which is going to cause our trains to have issues. But we will do what we must. Now this one can go straight, I believe. Yes, it can go straight, turn itself back around, and come back this way. Let's go ahead and eliminate all this quick wire. You end up with a massive amount of quick wire. Just hold down Control, and it will go ahead and throw all this quick wire away. I can throw all this SAM ore away as well. Somewhere there is a box full of SAM ore, no doubt. Throw all this in here, all of that in there. Okay, and then we'll just take these out. I wish they had a function everything but foundations I want to take out right now. When I'm rolling over it, that would be an awesome feature of the game if we could do that. Most of the time, that's what you're doing. You're just taking everything but the foundations out. You want to leave the foundations there so you can utilize them again. But sadly, no such command yet. Okay, so temporarily what I'm going to do is go ahead and give these trains the ability to go over here. And then we're going to run them very far away from where we're working. Yeah, let's say more over here. Now, it will automatically figure out, oh, hey, wait, I've got a route I can go now. Oh, look, see, that one just figured it out. It just said, oh, if I go down through this station, I can go ahead, turn around, come back through, and then end up going back that way. And it instantly figures it out. It's very impressive, everybody. Very impressive in this game that it can just go in and figure it out. Too much colors. Looks like a Lego world. Yes, it is kind of in there, but the colors do serve a purpose. You know what the colors serve? If it's red, that means it is a train. If it's orange, that is production. If it's yellow, that means it's a road. Now, those are just temporary colors, and they're there so that you can block out different sections. Just like if you're playing a game like SimCity, you would go in and you would block out different sections for what you're doing. Or if you're doing a Christmassy style thing, you would do something like that. But the colors are there and they serve a purpose. That's why they are colored that way. They're not just randomly put in there. And that's how you try to do stuff. That's how it goes. Hi, Meteor, thanks for coming in. Again, they do serve a purpose. And I just randomly assign them that purpose. Again, it's not in the game to be that purpose. And normally, everything is orange in the game, which I find both awesome and the same old as everything else. So we have this train coming in. Now this train has a problem. This train has to go way down that way and try to find a way of turning around. So that's what it's going to do. It's going to go down there. It's going to go through the quick wire, and it's going to go ahead and end up over here. The problem is the quick wire train is no longer running, right? So if that quick wire train is no longer running, it's going to go into the station and it's going to stay there. And right now it is currently blocking my incoming thing. My other train is not. My other train went back to where it was and is sitting over there at the Samore. So we have to go over here to the quick wire, and we're going to need to eliminate this train for now. And we'll come back and get it going. Oh, it's currently in the middle of doing something, so we're going to turn off self-driving. We're going to roll it forward. We're going to, how do we stop? Cancel docking. There we go. And then we'll move it forward just a little bit. There we go. And now we should be able to eliminate it. Like so. So our trains can turn around, control, drag it into the trash can. You'll see it actually disappears. So it disappears off the top of the thing. And again, getting rid of all those resources that we don't really need right now. And if we remove the train, this train will say, oh, there's no train there anymore. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and drop off this oil. Now, I don't really need it to drop off the oil, but it is kind of nice that it does have the ability to clear that. And you can see we have our other oil train doing the same thing, saying, uh-oh, I've got to go and turn myself around so I can go ahead and do that. So, and it figured that out on its own, everybody. I did not have to tell it about that. Though it would probably better served if it did turn around somewhere other than being over there at our quick wire. We don't want to have to go through our quick wire every time. We do want to have our oil being able to just run directly in there, so it's not being held up. Let's go over here and speaking of things that we're going to work on, we'll start to take out all of our excess stuff here, including this thing here. I'm going to clear the designer. We're going to go ahead and grab any resources out of here, and we'll get rid of this now. There we go. Very nice. Clean up a little bit today. And again, we'll just keep using our quick wire station for now for turnaround, just so we can keep our trains running. And again, this does not have any effect at all on my base because none of this is producing any power. We are just literally just setting it up, letting it run, figure out where all the issues are, and then go from there. Like, I'm about to take this power pole out. We're going to see what happens. Seems fine. All right. Seems okay. We'll see. Again, sometimes when you take stuff out like that, boom, you're going to have some issues. You can see it was connected down there, but we also have it connected under there. If there's any issues, we will solve them as we go. Okay, so we have two lines that are returning here. And so we have this return line. So if we have coal coming from this line, it will go in and it will flip and it will go into there, which is perfectly fine. That's okay. We also have oil coming in from this direction that we want to just get to go down there instead of having to go here. So we need our oil train to have that ability to go and go down this line, come back down the line, and end up going back that way. So again, this seems a little close here, so we want to kind of move this out a bit closer, out a bit further, so we can kind of work with our stuff here. I see that this one's actually forward versus... So this one's a bit forward versus where we have our oil. So we want to, again, that'll help us when we're doing this kind of turnaround. So what we want to do is have this where it can both turn around, go into here, and then run there, and then turn back around, come back this way, and end up going back the other way. So basically, this line just needs to come out further. Yeah, and this one's coming in, and the oil is ending up over there. So this one we can eliminate now, because it'll use the quick wire turnaround for right now. So let's start with first things first. we will go ahead and eliminate our under ramps here. And we just use these temporarily. Showing you a bit on how to run that stuff underneath there. But if you do it right, and you have a bunch of really good interchanges, and again, this is getting a bit more advanced here. If you do have a bunch of really good interchanges, you don't need all of this additional stuff here. And we're going to clean all this up now that we're at that stage. Get rid of this signal here. There we go. Just fill this back in for now. There's zooming on. Okay, good enough for now. Nice, nice. Okay, so now we're cleaning up some space here where we can run additional trains. And then also what we can do is use use its own return or use the same return that we already have. And again, this particular one is running to here, but it doesn't really have a return. It can't return back to there. Because there's no track that runs here. And again, the second we establish this one and this, these trains will be able to go down, turn around, come right back, boom, and then they're off and running. They don't have to go all the way over there. They don't have to go under. They don't have to go all the way around and undo all that kind of roundabout stuff. We can just get both to run at the same time. So again, I feel like I'm really deciding whether I want to move this track back. Or not. This train is currently waiting for something. Oh, it's just waiting to unload, and then it should turn around and go back. That means that it's full. And then it'll go back that other way. And then this train is waiting behind it to do the same thing. And that is our coal train again. And that all seems to be working really well. I don't think I really need to work with that. I just need to work on this return line. And that'll allow me to build more coal and then have a single line that I could use either just for that or for this. Yes. So we need to move this over is what I'm feeling. Because we want this one to come back and do this. Or we could just go here and just go ahead and have this be our return line here. And we can eliminate this, and we'll take this out. There we go. Now, this train no longer needs to do all of that. This train can just simply turn around there and end up going back that other way. The problem is this train actually needs to go that way. So what we need is a bit of a Y junction going in the other direction. So this can go into here as well. So it could go this way or that way. Kind of like what we have here. We have a bit of a junction there. So we'll want to figure out how to get this to go that way. So we'll take this and we will run it a bit like this. And then we'll run that like that. And we'll take this out and we will basically Y junction this. A little too close, looks like. Let's back this up just a bit. Take this out. And we will just Y junction this. I kind of feel like here. There we go. For now. And we'll then have this also go like this and like that. There we go. So that can go either way. So that actually is going to go up there, turn around, come all the way back, and then end up going the opposite direction. So we do need to make sure that we do have a return. in both directions. So this one will come in, go here, go this way, end up here, and then end up going, yeah, see, there it goes. See, it went up there, it turned around, and it came back. We don't want it to have to do that every time. We want it to come up here and then make a choice as to which way it's going to go. So we're going to go ahead and also put a thing here so it's not going to block all of these junctions. Same thing here, that could stop there while those are transitioning. And over here temporarily. Put that there. Okay. So we have incoming, we have it go, turn around, and they can either go that way or this way. So here it comes. It's going to go in there. Which one is it? The far one or the close one? This is the far one. Okay. So instead of it returning that way, we're going to have it just return this way. So we're going to eliminate this. And we're just going to have this come straight over here. And return that away. All right, nice. And we'll also put just a block signal in here for now. We'll work on some of these block signals later. I don't know why they have to sometimes go the wrong way, but there we go. Cut that so that can move forward. And that really does block this whole part. So yeah, that really needs some work there. That needs to be back further. Put another one there, and that'll allow this extra train to be here, so this one can roll up to here. What you really want it to do is to go this way and be able to turn this way while this one is sitting on that track. That is something we'll probably have to work on. Those stations are just a little too close because of the length of the amount of engines on the back there. I could add a thing in the front and then put the engine in the front, but all we really need to do is just block signal that better. And we should be good. All right, so again, now this has a return. It no longer needs any of these returns over here and no longer needs any of this track as well. And let's just go ahead and cover all this track down here. And we'll just eliminate all of this track that we just built, but that was only temporary in the first place. And we no longer need this track, which is our returning oil over here. What we want to do is have this turn and go that way. And how do we get this one, which is actually supposed to go back that way, to go that way? Yeah, it will have to go through here, turn around, and then go that way. This one, same thing. When it's coming back to return, it's coming down and merging under here. Yeah. All right, man, we need some serious logistics here. Notice that I have these curving lines over here. More of a cosmetic thing than anything, but why are these not straight? Why do these curve? Probably because I auto-connected them and never bothered to come back and fix them, but today is the day. There we go. And we want to have ourselves a nice block signal. Come on, block signal. Turn around the other way, you obnoxious block signal, you. Come on. Other way. There we go. And same thing over here. We've already got one there. Very nice. We'll come back and work on the aesthetics of all of these railings and stuff later. This needs to be nice and straight, so those can return down the line. And it looks like I've kind of offset this. I just noticed. I offset this one right here. Inward a little bit. It is what it is now, but that's going to help me a little bit here anyway on the return. And so we'll go ahead and eliminate all of this and this. Take this out, take this out. And if you no longer have all of the stuff crossing over, you no longer need to worry about adjusting for that. You can just have it easily just straight return, which is what we're doing. Nice straight return. Back in the other direction. There we go. Okay, so if those trains need to get out, they will just straight return down this way. And if they need to go the opposite direction, down that way, they will simply just go like that. But if they need to go this way, then they will go through here and turn around and come back and go through there for right now. So you'll see that this oil train will get itself figured out here. And let's see which way it goes. It's going to go left through our current coal station. And then it's going to turn itself around and most likely go that way. All right, awesome. Now another thing that we should be able to do with this is we could create a straight line where this comes out and can go just straight line across without having to go through the station. But that's probably fine, and that really cleans up all of that. The big problem is this coal line over here, which is set off to the side, that we want to go ahead and now turn so it can come under and then turn up and hit this part here. So we need to go ahead and go down here. See where this flattens out. It's flattened out right here. Ah, we have these tree stations. So maybe here. We'll have it go under here. Actually, that's really nicely done. That's actually perfect for a curve under here. And we'll want that to come up there. So we will widen this out a bit. We'll get it to go over this way. grab our angles. I use the minimum angle possible so that it does not slow down my trains that much. Okay, very nice. And we'll just make the kind of minimum there. Have this come up there, 1.5 to flatten that out. And then merge down here for now. And that should allow this train to come back this way. We're definitely going to need a block signal though, so this is separate. There we go. So this train can turn around while this train is waiting to go. And that should bring our other train from over there now and run it under here and very easily be able to return in whichever direction it needs to return. So it'll go back this way. It'll get part of this and it will go that way over there. And again, right here it can make a decision point. Is it going to go right or going to go left? In this case, it's going to go left. And then it's going to go through this station and circle back around and end up way off over there. But of course, it's going to wait until this other train clears. And that is a very large train. That is a very big train. This one here is waiting for this train. Why is it waiting for that train? Because there's another train waiting for it to clear. So it can turn around. Very nice. Actually, that's a good pause there. And then this train is waiting for another train to clear. There's a very, very large train. Probably waiting for it to clear the spiral. That is the largest train I've ever bothered to make, everybody. It is very massive. We'll probably take our blueprinter out now, too. We're going to start to eliminate some of this stuff. And there it goes. It's starting up. In fact, I think it's so big, I think it sits in the spiral. And that's a perfect spiral, by the way. Not just a spiral. It is a perfect spiral, meaning that it does not massively slow down your train. That is cool. All right. And then that one is out of there. The next train is pulling forward, so this train can decide which way it's going to go. It's going to go to the left as well. So it's going to wait there while this train is going. And we have a block signal here, which we probably could have it move up if it can. Now, the cool thing about this is it will adjust to the size of the train. So if there is a longer train here, it'll take up both block signals. If there's a shorter train, like that train, I could actually have this move up a little bit. So while that one then is waiting to go up the spiral, this one can move up and be ready to go up the spiral by the time it gets up there. Another thing I can do, if this one typically is behind that train, is to add a block signal partially up the spiral. So this one can start while that one is rolling out. So you can just put one, say, up here. If it's going to let us put it in the correct direction. Other way. Oh, these things, these block signals can be very annoying sometimes. There we go. All right. Now we can just cut that off. And so this is going up, up, up. And we can see it's green, green, green. And then we can also say, hey, let's go ahead and cut this one from that other one. So if another one is coming down, we can start here. And basically we're just making smaller segments so those trains can continue to move. And at some point you'll hit an equilibrium where this train is clearing by the time this other train needs to get there, and your trains will not slow down. And that's really what you're trying to find. Enough block signals to where you've segmented your track enough where the trains can always keep moving. They're never being stopped by another train. And they can always keep flowing wherever they need to flow to. Like this one is going to go way off to the edge of the entire thing and continue to go like that. And then down below here, if there's any other trains that need to come up, they'll be able to come up into the thing. Again, depending on the length of the train. This is all good. And we're just trying to make room to accommodate all this massive amount of coal that we're going to be doing. Take all that out. And down here, we're going to eliminate all the sand ore. Always get more. Have a lot of resources on us that we could go ahead and sort. Again, anything that's like mission critical, like you think, oh, well, it doesn't have enough of those in there, you can just drag those in direct. Like we can see, we don't have any diamonds in the Dimensional Depot there. Supercomputers, again, I don't know why these don't have their own Dimensional Depot. I could track them down, but I'm not going to bother because I'm good. All right. Oh, and this is stopped. See how this is stopped? This tells me that on the other end over here, where it's kind of backlogging a bunch of these extra resources, that this is now filled up. So which way are we going? We're going this way, it looks like, and ending up in this last box here. We have a bunch of cross things here that I seriously doubt we're using any of these, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that. And we are going to go like this. And we're going to use our lifters, and we got a really fast lifters now. Right into there. And we can just kind of go back and forth. Add a little bit of storage here. Accommodate all that stuff that we are sorting. All right, and that'll get our sorter back up and running again. Yes, there we go. All that stuff is moving. Might want to go in here and make this a little faster. That ought to get it cooking. There we go. Surprised I never upgraded these belts when I upgraded all of these belts. Probably didn't think about it. Okay, and now this top one here should be getting filled up with all this random stuff. Again, you can see it's back running again, our sorter. And over here, store all that. Store all this. And again, you can very easily overwhelm your sorter for sure. And see, a lot of this stuff, I don't remember what I was doing. See, that's the problem with spaghetti, is it's not organized. So you're just like running stuff everywhere, and you're like, where the heck did that stuff go? Right? But this allowed me to progress the game to the end. And so again, I could have finished it just with what I have here. But again, I'm just making small little process here, small little process there, and letting it run. But it's nice to be able to sort all that. But really, most of this stuff that I am sorting and doing, like over here, it's actually making more of whatever this is, stators. I can most likely eliminate most of this and will eliminate all of that once I have enough power to run all these processes separately. But right now, we are just trying to clear all this stuff out the way. Clear it all out of there. And we can go underneath here and work on all these run lines later. There's a bunch of now orphaned run lines down here. Meaning they don't go anywhere, they're not coming from anywhere. And that's what's really nice about having them hang under the foundations, is that they're easy just to go under here and say, okay, which one of these are actually doing something? Like right here, we can see that these are no longer running, and they were some diamonds here. Just kind of eliminate that, like that. We do have some power connected all over the place here. Not sure what it does, so out it goes. Now, does that cause all the power to go off? See, that's the question. Doesn't look like it does, because I can see that my hypertube is still running here. See, it's green and green. That means that this has power over here. And then that has power, and then all of these look like they have power all the way down. Looks good. So that was probably just for those ones that are there. Okay, how can we make this even better, where it can go one way or another? This train is unloading. So that's unloading because that actual coal is being used. It's being used over there for our steel. That's going back that way. That's actually a really great junction, except for what I really want to do is move this junction back so I can better utilize the junction over here. So I really want to move this back a bit. Take that out. And then, instead of it having it going there, we could have this kind of curve, but that's too close. Too close, too close. Don't like that cut right there. So what we're going to do is engineer this ourselves. Okay, like this. And like that, and then like that. There we go. Engineer that in such a way we can do that, and then same thing here. Engineer this so we can have this around back into there. That seems a little close though. Yep, a little too close. Come on. Go the other way then. Sometimes best to work one way and then work back the other way. Oh, there we go. Okay, now what I'm doing is I'm creating this kind of curve here so I don't need the one to turn here, right? So this is going to come in here and then just curve back automatically so that it can make its way there. See, like that. And not have to go this way so that I can make this one straighter and just have it where this is not taking up all this space. Is basically the gist of that. Also, if I have one coming from this direction, I do want this one to be able to turn around and make its way over here. So again, now we have our multiple directions here. And again, you can create clover leaves. You can do all sorts of advanced track switching. But I have plenty of space here, so much easier to kind of create those various different spaces. And we definitely want to have our block signal. The other way, please. Oh, God, these block signals. I tell you, why? Why do you have to be so weird? Why do you got to be so weird, block signals? Okay, we definitely need a block signal on this side, but it does not want to go the way I want it to go. go like that. And then my block signal will not switch sides. Why won't you switch the other way, you annoying block signal, you? Put one there temporarily. Maybe it'll... See how it just does it the wrong way? I don't want it to go this way. I want it to go the other way. And it just will not switch sides. Ugh. Annoying. Alright, we'll pull this one here. Because we got some block signal problems here. So this one needs to be... Put a block signal here first. There we go. At least we got this one to work. Okay, then hit R to switch the other side. So now we got that block signal to be separate. We're going to eliminate this block signal. That'll get some of these trains going. You can see this whole entire thing is its own line run. Again, why won't you just go the way I want you to go? Okay. We'll say here. Okay, we got that cut up. We got this cut up. This train wants to end up over here, though. So we want to take this and we want to run that into there. And we want it to be the other way. Yeah, see, it's getting confused as to which direction those should be. Now, this gives me less of a turn radius here, too, so this is going to block this throughput line. I want this to be a separate line here. So maybe have this a little bit further down. And then come over. So it's not hitting the same spot as where that is, and maybe we can get this darn block signal to go the correct direction. Maybe. There's a big train too. We'll do this, and then we'll put one on the other side, and then we'll take this one out. There we go. Work around what we got to work around. Okay, is this long enough to accommodate the train that is stopping there? It is not. So this actually needs to back up to there, and then we take this one out so that the next train can come in and either go here or it can come around the thing here. So we got that kind of figured out. Again, we can utilize this to turn this train around that's coming from this direction. And we can have this one come through, turn around, and end up on that track. Again, want to make sure that our trains can come and go. And then this over here is what we're going to adjust. So we got a train coming through. It's waiting for that train to clear. And away it goes. Okay. Now we want this to come in here and line up with this. So we're going to create a Y junction. Now, whoop, there it goes. Look at that oil train, man. That's a big boy. And we want this to run right there. And then we're going to eliminate this line now. Just trying to figure out the logistics. And then this guy's coming down here, and he wants to go this way. He wants to go there. Okay, and then again, we want to make sure that this is there, and that is there. So this is its own separate line. This whole segment here needs to be cut separate so that the train can sit on that, and then this train can move forward. And all of that will function there. All right, now we're getting this cleaned up, everybody. Looking good. Reorganizing the way our trains are coming in and going out. Now, again, we're going to have more trains coming in that are going to be delivering a bunch of... Oh, here we go. Box full of stuff in here. That's going to be delivering a ton of stuff. So we're just going to eliminate all of this. Take whatever was left over. All right. Again, going to be delivering a lot more coal. So we're going to need a very, very large space here for our trains to come in and out. Okay. So, again, we can have that go through there and return this way. And then if we want to, we could also have this cycle into the next one, just in case the train's coming from this way. It can go through, turn around, come through here, go this way, and then circle there. And again, adding to the complexity of it. Again, this is our incoming train here. Our incoming train is going to go there. Or we could have it come under. And then go to the train we wanted to. Yeah, that's our outgoing track. This is our incoming track. Incoming tracks. That's all looking good. We can access all of that, and we cleaned up all of our lines, made them nice and straight, made it where we don't have to run them under anymore. I think we've got that solved. For now, anyway. Only one we have to run under is this one over here, because it's kind of offset. We ran out of space in that direction, by the way. It started hitting the radiation, so we had to put it over there. And that's fine, because we're going to build a big old power plant there. So I feel like we got that squared away. And again, I left a little bit of room here for our road, so we can move in and out of there. Let's check our trains on the thing here. Actually, there's an easier way to do this, by the way. If you go to your train station and you go to timetable, you can see all your trains without all the other beacons and stuff. So all my trains are moving except for my Sam Ore train, and I eliminated my quick wire train. And I don't think that any of these are turning around in the quick wire anymore, because we don't need them to. So they don't need to go over there, turn around, and then come back. Because they can just come in and go right through here. And if it's coming from this way, it'll go right into there. And again, that one's switching. Where's our other large train? There it is. So I have a feeling it's going to get stopped on this track here while it's waiting for that other train. Yes. Yeah, that definitely is going to be a blocker, but once this train is done loading... Oh, that's perfect. Wow. Nice. Okay. That train will unload. Then clear the front of the train station, which will allow this one to move forward. Once it clears the front, there we go. That one should start moving forward. This one has completely cleared the track. And is... Oh, this one needs to go back that way. Okay, so this one's going to clear this and go way down to that one. And once it clears the track, this one will be cleared to go in the opposite direction. So yeah, very cool. All right. Mwah! Beautiful. Perfection, everybody. Beautiful there. Again, just figuring out the logistics of my massive train network. All right. Very awesome. Like it a lot. Okay, we massively cleaned that up. Again, now we don't need any line runs running to this side. We can go ahead and get this going. Now we're going to go ahead and remove a bit of this stuff here. And great thing about blueprints, very easy to remove all of our stuff. And we can go in here and remove all these excess ones we no longer need. Gotta be careful you don't get something in the background. I love taking out stuff I no longer need. It's so awesome. Again, just being much more efficient with all of that. There we go. Very nice. All right, that's all looking good, and we'll eliminate all of this. It's all just temporary. I do build a lot of temporary things to be used in the moment, just to get that particular thing started, and then I'll come back later and fine-tune it all. And just fill in all these little empty spots for now. Okay, I think we're ready for another line here. Okay, how's our thing here? Okay, so our blueprints are here. You can see we have this orange. Typically, this is for building. This actually should be red for our trains. You can also see that we have our stuff that's lining up here, our road that does line up to this. And what we're going to do is do basically what we did over here and just leave a bit of a gap for any kind of road that we might want to build for vehicles. So if we wanted to go ahead and make a little bridge for our vehicle to go up and over that area and then run along there, we're just leaving a little bit of space. And then sometimes I will just leave that space to, you know, work out the logistics, and then I will convert it to not being a road. But typically I like to leave a little bit of space for a road in between these line runs. So we know that we can put a train station here because we already had a train station there. And what we want to do is just go ahead and get our stuff going here. And we want to see which way our is going. We'll say left side. So left side is going to be facing toward us. Yes, so we want to go facing away from us. There we go. And then you can also use the blueprint function, which allows you to just to snap it in the direction that you want it to go. And then once you have one in, you're pretty styling. One of the few times that the actual blueprint function works really, really well. And these are some among the very first blueprints you want to do, everybody, is just do these blueprints here. And you're like, Kismet, how are you doing so many concrete? Well, right behind me over there is 20 boxes of concrete right here. 20 boxes of concrete, this backlog there, and it's running it all back in the dimensional depot right now while I'm putting this down. And we'll go all the way out to say right there. Then what we want to do is go ahead and connect all of our power lines, because as you can see, there's a built-in power line in between all of these. And so I'm just going to go ahead and connect those there. Right here would be a good spot to do a little bit of cross-connecting. That actually connected. Didn't look like it did. There we go. And we'll do a bit of cross-connecting across the various roads. And we'll see where is our probably right here. A little too far for it. A little too far. So we'll go ahead and connect it to here first. There we go. Now we got it. And that will basically electrify all of these lines. So when we go to do our trains over there, it'll all be interconnected. Just kind of laying the groundwork for your electrical runs. There we go. All right, we got that in. Now what we want to do is think about, okay, so we have more trains that come in, and they're going to probably switch through this first station. So we do want this to, say, come down like this one's going and bring all the coal down this line. And then it will switch, go into here, and then it has this option to go this way. And what we can do is have it where it Y junctions again. So it can basically go here, and we can say Y junction here to go into the next train tracks over here, right? So if it's coming in, it would just basically go through there, turn itself around, go like this. And we're going to build some more advanced junctions later, or maybe never, we'll see. But I like to keep my logistics very simple, and then also have multiple options for it to come and go, so that you don't pile up everything into one junction. So everything's like waiting for that junction. So you got like 5 trains waiting for a single junction, where I do like to split up those junctions, because all the oil over here can very easily just return that way, right? They can just return that way. Don't have to worry about it. You can do whatever you need to do. Now, in this case, you can see this train is returning around the quick wire there. So if we see that it's going there and turning back around, we need to think about, okay, why is it going that way to turn around to get where it needs to go? So we need to kind of watch this train here and see what happens to get it where it wants to go. It's going to that left one there, I see. So going to that left one, it's going to pull in there. It should go this way and return all the way back. So why did it go turn around? Probably because I was messing around with these things here. That's why some of the trains will act funny when you're adjusting them. But they should, in theory, just be able to make their way where they need to go. Like this one looks like a train that's going to go left here. And it's going to utilize this turnaround that I have in here now to end up going back that way. Again, just streamlining your trains is awesome. But it does have to wait for if there was a train here in the way. But I love doing that, where you just don't have all those lines running underneath. You don't have all those separate lines. It allows all the trains to just keep moving. If your trains are just constantly moving, they don't run into each other all that much because they're spread out from each other. And this one's going that way, this one's going this way. And the amount of track that I have run is clear across the whole entire zone. So one train will be way on the other side, one train will be over here, and you're looking for that equilibrium to start, right? Where your trains are being away from each other. They're not right up on top of each other. Again, some of these trains run really, really far out. And if they do get up on top of each other, well, then they have the ability to turn around. Like, see, that oil train now has the ability to turn around and go in that direction without having to go all the way back down, turn around back down there, and do whatever it needs to do. It's going to go ahead and pull through here. And the same thing here, we have another oil train going down there, turning around and coming back for some reason. But I have a feeling that once we get all these oil trains running, we should be fine. And that one should go back the other way. Let's see if it keeps going straight or does it cut left. Keeping going straight. Awesome. This train is coming back up out of here. So what I'm trying to do is eliminate the need for it to go in the quick wire and turn around. It should not have to do that. And this one's pulling in here. These two trains hit about the same time. So this one really needs to be in front of this one. So when this one hits, it should be able to go past this one, go up there, then this one comes in, and then that one goes after it. And I can actually engineer that, by the way. I can wait for this train to go, hold this train for a little bit until this train is completely cleared. and that'll cause them to be a bit further out. So what we'll do is we'll go to this train. We're going to turn off self-driving, and we're just going to wait for a minute while this goes ahead and clear, and let this get way ahead of this train where it's really spread out, where this train is no longer waiting. It's not like right up on this train anymore, right? So again, we're spreading them out so they're on two separate sides of the world. And this train could move forward if we wanted it to. Oh, this train is actually trying to go back that way. Oh, okay. So let's go ahead and turn this back on. We'll do the same thing. My headphones are dying. Gosh, how much time's gone by? Wow, time flying by. We'll ride this train for a bit. And we're going to tell it to stop when we get to the end. And we'll go ahead and have it wait a bit so that other train can get all the way there, get what it needs to do, make its way back, while this train will be doing its thing. Try to keep them from running into each other. And this is a very large train, so very easy for it to be blocking that other train. Let's go. Oh, it's actually filled up all the coal. That's why it's not unloading. All that coal is full. Awesome. We're going to build massive storage for all of this eventually, everybody. This will be the initial storage, and then when we go to build the actual thing, we'll build a whole layer of storage first. All right, so this one's going to go this way, and what we're going to do is we're going to turn off self-driving. Now, here's the thing. No other train other than this train goes through this station. And that's what's cool, is the fact that nothing else is going to go this way. So the nice thing about a long train is that you give it its own line so that it is has a place to just kind of sit and wait. So now what we're doing is we're giving that other train some time to go and grab a bunch of coal and bring that coal back over here, right? And so now that we've got a bit of a distance between the two trains, we gave it a few extra seconds, and we turn on self-driving, and now this one will go and be pretty much separated from that other train. Also, we'll go in here and take out our railings. Because I don't like stuff to clip. There we go. See, a nice straight line too, which means it doesn't have to slow down or turn or do any of that stuff. Now, what that's going to do, again, when that other train comes back, it should be able to come back, fill this up, dip out of there before this train comes back. And again, you can cause that natural pause to happen to get those trains separated from each other. And that's going to be very, very useful in the long run. Okay, so we got that going. Again, we have the ability for this to go here and go either direction. So it can go in through here, or it can go down that way. Again, we don't want any trains now turning around at the quick wire. This is our first train here. This one's just going to go in, turn around, go right back. Any trains hanging out at the quick wire? No. Okay, I think we've solved that need for it to turn around. Another train coming down the line. Right behind here. This one's waiting to unload. It's already full, so it's not going to unload. It's going to roll forward. This one's going to come up nicely right behind there. Here's our other train that is collecting coal. So now we've got them spread out. You see the other one is still on its way to go get that other coal. This one's now cleared. This one can now go into the station, and we don't see that big train here anymore because it's still taking its time to get over there. And that's because this is not really doing anything other than just backlogging these resources. It's not really powering anything. And so if I were to interrupt it while I was powering something, boom, you lose your power, everything stops. So you don't want to do that when you're doing something at this scale. And we're still going to run into issues as we go. But you can see that oil one went through here so that the oil one can end up going back that way and get that oil. We have this coming through, and you can see that we no longer have our very large coal train coming through at the same time as this other train, though I do see some trains up there. Let's see if it's offset enough where it can clear that. I see an oil train coming in. I love watching the trains run, everybody. Just like I like watching the resources run. It's quite fascinating how it just figures all that stuff out. Again, you're controlling it somewhat, but it's figuring it out. There's a train going up the spiral and down the spiral at the same time. That's cool too. And here it comes. This one should be done. Now this one's going to want to go here, and this one's going to want to go through here as well. So this one's going to come through. Oh, this is where this needs to turn around. I see. When it's coming from this direction, it needs to go down to the quick wire and turn around. And I think that's fine. I'm okay with that one for the ones that are coming this way. Then this one's going to go. And that can return there. And again, we could have this go in and bypass. We could have it go this way, go under, and then come around and connect on this side. But we've already got that turnaround, so we're going to leave that. I think that's fine. We eliminated most of the turnarounds. Just these kind of small trains. All the oil trains that are coming from this way are going to go down, turn around, and come back, which is good, which gives it a bit of time to spread out the trains, which is what we want. It adds a little bit of extra time to their route. Oh. Got another idea. It's already there, too. Right here. Bypass the train station altogether. Oh, these signals today, man. Come on. Fine, I'll just cut it with that one and then flip it around with that one. There we go. I feel like I just got to work around these things. All right, so now what it's going to do is cut these into two separate lines. Again, I don't know what it is with these block signals lately. They just are just so bad. Definitely need to work on these block signals. So now we're going to cut this into two separate and a Y junction. Because the trains that are turning around do not need to go into the station. So while this is loading and unloading the quick wire, this can go ahead and bypass this and just turn around, go back the other way. And this is blocked off there, so that's fine. And if we just need to move forward, we could. But there's only really one train running there, so really it can just sit and wait in the station for this one to clear. Be just fine. And you don't even need that one back there. You could actually just put one up here and just have it sitting waiting right there. But that's going to basically save it some time. So when it goes to turn around, again, save it from time going through the quick wire. We can just have it do that. Again, this one waiting to go through, and it's going to go through and turn around. This is our large one. Our large coal run, and then we have our other big coal one, which currently is where? Doesn't look like it's in the station. This one's going to go in, turn around, end up in here. Where's our other big coal line? Good question. Yeah, we need our 12 coal train. Even better, let's do this. Yeah, this has already done 2 drop-offs by the time that other very large train has gone out there to get that other coal. So let's go ahead and look through the actual station itself. And we'll look at the timetable. There we go. Now we can just see our trains. I can't turn it off. There it is. Okay, it's coming down the spiral right now. So it's coming down the spiral over here. And it should be showing up here in a moment. This spiral or another spiral? Oh, that's a good question. Let's go ahead and turn off all of our radar towers. All of our resources. Why is it not turning the resources off? Okay. I think if you turn the resource towers off, it would turn off all the resources. That doesn't work, because I can see it's still showing my radar tower there. Show hide all on... Oh, that's compass. Ah! Okay, that's not on the map, which is what that should do. Just dawned on me. That's on the compass. Why would it not... Why would it not hide... That makes no sense. Why would you not want to hide all of the resources at the same time? Hide menu, show menu. Yeah, that's just on the hide. Why is it not hide? Oh, there it is. Hide it on the map. Okay, I'm just not seeing it. Okay. Hide all of those on the map. Hide all the resources. Aha! There we go. We're remembering. I haven't even used that in forever, or maybe never. So there we go. So another way of doing it without having to go into the train station itself. All right, awesome. And then our big massive train should have went by. It did. It's currently loading. And thus it did not interfere with this train or any other trains that are coming along. Let's see if this train can turn around. It can, because that one's already pulling out, but it could have anyway. And look at that. Perfection. Look at that. This one's going to clear by the time that one gets there. And then it's going to slow down. Not at all. It's going full speed to there. That one is cleared. Now that's cleared. And so it's just going to end up right behind it. Yeah, see how well that's spread out, everybody? So again, you don't want these slow. You don't want to slow these down unless you have to. And this one's going to probably slow down at the base of the spiral. That one's going up, and when it gets about halfway up, it's going to start going. There we go. Look at all these trains. Cool. That one's going up the spiral. Make sure it doesn't stop halfway up the spiral. Nope, it doesn't. This one's already cleared the station. This train's going to come up the spiral. That is so cool watching two trains. One train come up and one train go down. And this one's going to go up here. Again, nothing is obscuring it, so it's just going to go full speed. And then that one is fully cleared here, so that's fine. By the time it gets cleared over there, that block signal there should be clear. Let's see if it clears it by the time it gets there. It has cleared. See how that's gone green? Meaning that it can go ahead and keep running while that other one is going down the spiral. Again, it looks complex, everybody. Remember, we built one thing at a time. And that's going down the spiral. That's going through that other thing there and turning around, giving it some room while that's going down the spiral. And this is stopping, even though it shouldn't stop there. It should have been going down the spiral because that other one has already cleared the spiral. So that tells us that we need another block signal somewhere that tells us, hey, this has cleared this particular spot. So we want to say put one down here. So in the future, that will not slow down that train, and that train could have very easily gone down there and kept going. Very nice. Okay. Again, you want to watch the logistics of your trains. Why are they slowing down? That should not have slowed down at all. It should have been going full speed because the other one was just fine and had already cleared the tracks by the time that one got there. And that's good block design. That's good train line design. When, again, one thing's cleared, the other thing's going through, and so on. And if they do somehow get out of sync or and they are blocking each other, you have the ability to have that clear and then the train move forward. So very nice. All that's good. Look at that sulfur running down there. Look at all that sulfur running down. We do actually have a sulfur train, which we could run that sulfur down. Am I running that sulfur down? That's a good question. I don't think I am. I think that sulfur is just running off that thing right there. One of these days, we'll get to it. Look at our concrete. There's the raw limestone, and then up at the top, finished concrete, and it runs into 5-dimensional depots. Because you want to run it in there as fast as you possibly can. Both plates and concrete. Oh, look at it here. Turning itself around. Again, we have all the logistics of having the ability to have our trains go either way on the track, which is what we want. We want it to go back that way, or we want it to go this way, which is perfect. Okay, now we need more coal. And so eventually we'll have it here. Now, we don't know what the size of the coal station is going to be yet, so there's no point in me putting the train in yet until I know what the size of it is. So we want to go over to over here and now turn our resource back on again. And we want to go down here to where our lake oil train is. And work a bit on that coal over there and make another station, do all that kind of fun stuff. This definitely looks full. Yeah, sure is. All right. Let's go ahead and utilize our hypertube network. Notice that I don't have to do anything. It's always defaulting left, so it can go the furthest distance from where I'm at. And you can set all that up just by figuring out the logistics of your junctions. I can see my lake oil train coming back right there. Again, this is all through mega modular blueprints, everybody. All this awesome train embellishment. I'm going to go ahead and stop here for a second. I manually stopped there, by the way. And you can see I have a whole bunch of junctions here, and I have the train coming up and over this other train. Normally, I like to go under, but I showed how to go up and over as well. We can see we've got a train waiting here, but that other train is way long gone. So that tells me that I need another block signal in here, because that one should have been able to keep moving. Let's just put a block signal right in over here. and you'll do this a lot, everybody, is that you'll go in and fine-tune all this stuff. Come on, other side. Other side. There you go. All right, so fine-tune that. So again, that one doesn't have to wait because that train was already long gone. Long gone up in there. In fact, we could probably cut this up a little bit more. That's what you want to do. Go through and cut up your tracks so you can get them. They'll all be in a rhythm eventually. They'll just be doing their thing. Okay, now we want to get back on the hypertube. Let's go. And by default, it's letting me go to the left. And we're going to go way out here. And that's one of the first lines that I ran. Way out over here. And we can see our SAM ore train just sitting over there waiting for us to make another SAM ore station. We'll get to that eventually. But for right now, we are more concerned with our coal and our oil. So we want to have another coal train that is going to run on this same oil line that we built. And the whole point of building these long lines is so that you can use them for multiple trains. Because again, the lines are so long. There goes the train. The lines are so long that you could definitely run multiple trains, even multiple trains that are collecting the same thing. So I can run multiple oil trains, multiple coal trains. But right now, we're just trying to get one train working. So you get the one working, and you can always add additional trains afterwards. But really, the best thing to do is get the one, and especially if you're doing it at the scale that I'm doing it, you want to definitely make sure that it's functioning first before you add too many trains. You can actually add too many trains to your lines, meaning that it's unloading and loading all the time, which means it can't actually unload the stuff that you dropped off. Because I've made that mistake too, by putting too many trains on a single line. You don't want it to be stuck in unloading and unloading mode, because then it's not actually unloading or loading outside of the train stations. Because when there's a train in the thing, you're going to see right here that when this is in here, it can no longer actually input the oil into the actual train stations themselves. There, perfect timing. Our train is here as well. Very cool. And you see that all the oil is being run to this particular station. Now, over this way, somewhere, there is a bunch of coal. And we're going to try to find that coal by doing niche, ping, and doing niche. Oh, yeah, lots of it. 4 nodes over that direction. We can see it right over there. About 300 that way. Now, the deciding factor is, do we just want to run the lines, or do we actually want to run the train and have the train run across here and then connect into this line and then go that way? So one of the easiest ways, of course, to connect into here is to just split the center of this the other way, please. Thank you very much. Like so. And just run this line, say, out here for future connection. So now we know which way that line is running, and we want to see where we want to go. Again, we'll ping that again, and we'll go on a bit of an adventure. Okay, now somewhere under here we have some power. I see some right there. Yes, that power is actually working. And we can use our small ones or the very large ones, which I like to use, and just kind of tap into that power. And then we can use our power to go in this direction. And kind of scout out where this coal is. A lot of these nodes that I'm using in this particular playthrough, I have never bothered to collect ever. In the thousands of hours that I have played, never bothered to use any of these nodes. And that's because I can finish the game without them. And I've finished the game many times without them. Never needed them. But we're going to the extreme in this particular playthrough, everybody, where we are collecting all of the nodes. So, in this case, all of the coal and all of the oil. So we can see that we have some coal nodes here. And again, we'll go ahead and just ping them again. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the other one's back there. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what kind of nodes we have. This one is a normal coal node. Hey, what up, guy? Psych! Thought you were going to get me. But I'm up here. And let's get some ammo back in my thing here, because I have stacks and stacks of it. Where's my gun? Oh man, something weird going on with my gun too. My guy's a little funky chicken here. Yeah, my guy's a little weird. Sometimes that happens. All right, hold on. Let's save. Fix it. And then we're going to go to the main menu. Whenever you see that where it's up above there, it's like your models got kind of messed up. They do a little trick with the model to make it where you can look like your hands are right in front of you. So when that happens, you just log out, log back in. There you go. Now you got it. Now you got it fixed, and it will just kind of correct itself. There we go. Now we got our weapon where we can see it. Okay, so we have got our nodes here. And again, oh, we got somebody else who wants to get rowdy. So we're going to go say hi. And this is how I say hi. By eliminating the evil baddies, like so they're not in my face the whole time. Okay. Oh, somebody else. Whoa, okay, big boy over here. Anybody else? Feel like dying today? No? Okay. Back to work. All right, so we got a normal node here, and so we're going to extract this node. Now, see how close we are to the train station? So we could build a train station over here, or we could just bring the resources to the train station over there. And since we have so much room right here, we just need to figure out how many train cars that we need, and then we'll go from that. So let's go ahead and start with this one, since it seems to be right here. We'll probably consolidate all of these lines together, and then we'll make a single coal train, and then we'll make a appropriate station on the other side for it to drop off that coal. By the way, you can take this coal and put it into another train station, even though it's not its own train station, right? So we could take this coal and combine it with another station that already has coal running from somewhere else. So you can do that as well. I typically like to have my stations paired, so where it's picking up and where it's dropping off, pick up, drop off, all that kind of stuff. But you can do that logistics if you want. Like in this case, I do 300 in each train, right? So I could go in there and then drop off that amount from here, and then bring another train in and drop off the stuff from over here. And you can figure out all the numbers, and that can work where you have less stations. You have a lot of pickup stations, but less drop-off stations, right? As long as you're flowing that stuff out of the train station fast enough, you can actually do that. I don't like to do that. I like to massively backlog because I feel like your backlog, it keeps you from having those moments where you run out of resources or where you do stuff. And the same thing when I go to make the power, I will not actually use all of the resources. I'll use just a little bit less. It'll give me less power, but I already have enough to finish the game. So really, this is something that's funny all the time, everybody, is that, you know, you have so many resources that, I mean, if your goal is to finish the game, that's one thing. But if your goal is to make every resource, well, then we need to have a lot of power so we can run all of those processes without kicking the power off. So that's why we're doing what we're doing, basically. All right, so we're going to go ahead and work with our miner here. We're going to just line it up, and we're going to do my signature move here, which is to go ahead and use our metal beam to actually use this grid as the starter grid, meaning that we're using the extraction grid right now. And we're going to take this out. We're going to bring this up by 1 and then just run it back across here, turn the zooping on. And then we're just above the node there, so the node's not sticking through our foundations. We're going to put that in there. We're going to take all of this out and this. Widen this out just a little bit here. And then we're going to go ahead and use our blueprints. Now we have an extractor and we have a mega extractor. We have both an oil extractor and resource extractor. What are you doing, Fred? You're back there doing something. He's back there coming in to inspect what I'm working on. That's Inspector Fred, if you didn't know who that was. At least that's what I call him anyway. Control page down so that it's doing a little vertical nudging. Make sure that's lined up. Looks good there. Clickety, clickety. And now you can see it's going to build it around that extractor perfectly. Now there's two things that I need to do. I need to go in here and connect the power over here. There we go. Oh, it did. Okay. And then I need to connect the front of this so that the resources are being extracted and running out of there. Now, another thing I need to do is I need to bring some power over here. So you need to look out because these things can very easily be in the way. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and just move this off to the side here. And I'm going to actually take this one and connect it back down there. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because I will no longer need this one. So I can take that one out, then connect it down here to my power switch. And again, we can name all of these. We can set them all, and you can see I've just been being totally lazy and not naming them and putting them in there. And again, we can have this as coal 1, coal 2, coal 3, or however you want to do your thing. But you can see it's starting up, and this is the overflow here. If you see some on this side, then that means that overflow is going on. All right, and then we're going to go in here, and we're going to say, you know what? We want to go ahead and use our power charge to overclock this. Why? Because you want to get the maximum resource from each and every node. And in this case, it's going to be 600 per minute, which is about half the speed of our actual belt there. And so we have 600 there. And then we're going to go ahead and combine our lines here. And so we've got one here. That one's real close to the edge there. How do we want to do this one? Let's go see. I could go this way. Or I can go this way. I feel like I want to go that way. Let's see how it works out. Again, just doing the same stuff over and over here across all of these. Just using our mega blueprints here. And control page down. There we go. Line that up. Don't need this. Don't need that one over there. And same thing. Okay, we're going to go in here. Actually, that is perfect. Wow, okay, that just happened to match up there. Connect our power here. Connect our belts. Overclock this bad boy. Like that. This one also going to be 600. Like so. And same thing here. We're going to go ahead and take this. Move it right over here. Maybe turn that ladder like that. Run that down there. And that should start that up. There's some free of those. So there we go. Alright, that one's good too. Now we want to go ahead and adjust the labels of these to 600. Again, I pre-built all of these before from scratch. And then now I can just put them down however I want. So there we go. Now these are producing 600 each. And so I can combine those together and then just run those over here. So that's what I feel like I'm going to do. And we're going to go around here. We're going to set this to straight. And we'll bring that up. Again, we'll extract this. Change this to straight. Bring that up nicely. There we go. And I feel like what we'll do is bring this across. We'll merge it right here. As I'm just hitting E to switch the thing instead of having separate ones on the bar. It took me a long time to learn that. To just have the splitter, because the splitter is the thing you use the most. Merger, you'll use a bit less, although you'll use a bunch of them eventually. And there we go. So now this is our max speed line, which is 1200. But now what we want to do is start to use our stackable lifters, and the reason why is because we're going to merge all of those with all of these. So maybe we'll say over here we're going to create this train station out of here, and we'll want this to run that way. So we'll go ahead and merge them. Let's see where these two, this one will come straight down and end up, let's say here. Let's see if we can get this one, oh, not there. This one to go across. And we'll set this one as the bottom one. There we go. So again, we're merging these, putting it here. And then the interesting thing is when we get it to the other side, we'll actually split these. We'll actually split this into 300, 300, and 300. The reason why I do that, again, is faster output, faster input, right? Instead of it have to output 1,200 worth of coal, it can just do 300, 300, 300, 300. So it's going at 3-4 times the speed. Right, just like you would do, again, with 7 Days to Die or other things where you have multiple workbenches. You have a single workbench, it's going to go and just take an hour. If you have 2 workbenches, it'll be 30 minutes. You have 4 workbenches, it'll be 15 minutes. You'll have all of that stuff done. Same principle here in Satisfactory. It works really, really well. And so we're going to get all that rocking and rolling here. I feel like we'll go with that. Again, just do my alignment over here. Sometimes you got to kind of eyeball it because it's trying to trip you up, I feel, constantly. Constantly trying to mess with your brain. What? You want some of this? Is that what you want? You want some of this? You want some of this? All right, I got plenty of it. Okay. He wanted some of that. Yeah, and if it's not going up on your platforms, everybody, just aim at the node underneath. Then it will end up figuring out that there's a platform there. And then you'll be all good. This one here in the back is just for alignment of my blueprints. Because you got to put this down first so you can build it around. Though they did fix it where you can build it inside your blueprints now. That did have a problem in the past. But I'm old school, and so if something was a problem in the past, I just do it the way that I know it works. Because that is the way it goes. Boom. There we go. And over here, we can just go ahead and run this one across to there. There we go. That'll get that going. Then up here, same thing. Up to there. Overclocking. This one also 600. Very nice. And then have it run out. And this is why I have this thing around the top, by the way, is so I can see if it's running. Like over here, we can see it's running, and that one's in overflow. This one's running, and then this left side says it's in overflow. And then this one, same thing. There we go. There we go. 600. All right, nice. Now we got one more to go. Way back here in the corner. I have an awkward spot. feel like we'll just have to do what we got to do. Notice I land on the ground, by the way, when I'm doing this alignment, because doing this while you're in the air can be really annoying. Again, just kind of aligning it to the extractor first, and then, yeah, that's gonna be difficult, but we'll do what we got to do. And then aim at the node, using my scroll wheel to turn it around, aligning it, taking this out. Yeah, we're going to have problems getting the blueprint in there. So we're going to have to align it via the front on this particular one, which we can do. It'll line up nicely in the back, but we can't align it during the back. We'll have to do front alignment, which is why I have it set up the way I have it set up, so I can do either way. Like this. Nudge that over. Make sure the vertical is good on it. Looks good and good. And then same thing over here. We'll just add one of those. Put that down in there. Rinse and repeat. Double click. Go in here, put our overclockers in, do this. Change the sign. If you can probably tell, I've done this a whole bunch of times already. That's why I made the blueprints in the first place. Make that easy. We're going to see if it's flowing. It is. Both of these are flowing. And then we want to convert or combine all of these. We're going to go into straight mode. Get this to go around. End up like that. Then back here we will add our merger. Very nice. And we will run this very difficultly through here, which is going to end up going into the wall, which I don't like. I don't like to have to deal with that. So, what do we want to do here? I feel like we're just going to go something like that. We could probably just do a splitter here. And if it does have too much, it'll just overflow anyway. So we'll just split it that way. There we go. So that will split into the smart splitter, which we could probably just take out. Oh, we just moved the smart splitter here. Oh, even better idea. All right, hold on. We'll take this. I'm going to set that to run around the back. Back in there. We'll take this out. We'll get our smart splitter. I'll show you how to program your smart splitter too. There we go. And then default. Okay, so if it's in overflow, it's going to go in the center. So that'll be overflow. And if it's not in overflow, any will go to the right. All right. Now again, when you go to do your smart splitter, it can be a little tricky. You can also just tell it to be coal. Like you can just type in coal, and you'll say, okay, coal is going to go to the right. Everything else is going to go straight. So again, this is a smart splitter here. Now it should be working. It doesn't seem to be working, so I'm going to take that out, put that back in, see if that starts to work. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing it run, which is, again, if you're looking at it from here, this is the orange, this is the input, left side. Center should be overflow, right should be coal output. Let's take this out and put this back in and see if it flows. Something not right. Something not right, so I'm going to take it out. Try it again. Smart splitter. There. Overflow center. Coal. Oops. Coal. Right. Let's remove this part here. Reconnect that. See if that makes it run properly. There we go. All right, it was the input that was confusing it. And then again, overflow should be center. So right now it's an overflow. It should be going that way. So it's confused as to what it should be doing. And we've got some problems here. There we go. Now it seems to be working. If I take this out and I run this again, this is how I test things, everybody, to make sure the stuff is working. There we go. So it did run down there, and then once it did that, it then ran at the overflow, because some of this is going around and then coming back out again here. So that does work. Again, you want to test all of those goodies like that, and we're going to run this down here as default. And now we have basically 600 600 combined together, so 1200. We're maxing that belt, 1200 here. And again, I don't need to run individual belts over here. Pipes, I would run individual pipes, but not belts. Belts, you can just go ahead and combine those into two 1200s. Now, that's 2400 coal. That's a lot of coal, everybody. That's a massive amount of coal being extracted there. One of the things you might want to check while you're here is that you did everything correctly, right? That you overclocked it. You got all that going, and you know that it's running at its maximum speed. By the way, this is still just running off of 20,000 power. All of this is running off of that. I'm amazed it has not gone off yet, but I just keep going until we see it go off. We'll see. That one's overclocked, looking good. And then over here, overclocked, looking good. Okay, so 1200. Now what we need to do is figure out how many train cars do we need, right? So that we can just run this coal across here and then put it in the train cars. Now what we're going to do on this particular one is we're going to work in reverse. Somebody's after me. Who's after me? Not sure. Not sure who's after me over now. And we don't need the end to this, by the way. Why do we have that one going all the way to the end? This one does not need to go past that point. Probably just never came back and fixed it. And neither does this one. All this is unnecessary, because those are finishing up on those last two, and this one's finishing up on this one. So there's no point in running all these extra lines. I can see I've got extra lines running. That one is going... Don't need that one. Same thing here. Don't need that one. Don't need this one. And there we go. Clean that up a little bit too, because again, it's basically coming to an end right here when it's going in there. This one's going to an end there. This one's ending here. This one's going into that one and into this one, which means that this is going at 600, and then this is going at 600, ending over there. Again, clean that up quite nicely. Very nice. And then what we want to do is kind of reverse engineer our train station here, where it ends up right over here. We need to figure out how many we need. So I'm going to go over here and do some math on my little spreadsheet. 240 divided, or 2,400, because again, it's 1,200, which is 2,400. And then this divided by 300 is 8. So we need 8 train cars. And then we need additional engines as well. So that's pretty easy to do. And again, we're going to just try to offset this a little bit, and we'll have the train come in, probably curve here and then go that way, just so we have enough room to run this out. I feel like we're probably going to have to move that over there instead. And then this. Actually, I don't even need to do that. Could do just this. Eliminate all these extra Things that we don't need. Yep. There we go. Here's somebody down there getting rowdy. Okay, so again, we want to make sure we don't run into that there, that we have enough room. Kind of feel like... And we're just looking at the angle of our foundations. Maybe this one. Kind of feel like that one right there. Okay, so we'll go into our blueprints. Or actually, I have them already in my bar over here. And we can work in reverse. So we're going to go ahead and line up our train station. How we want it to go. Just trying to see where that's going to end up. That looks pretty good. There we go. So our train station is going to end up right there. And then probably connect our train for now so we don't have to run more power for no reason. Just do that. Because that's going to run that power along this train line and that allow me to float over here even though I have the electricity over that way. There's some peeps getting rowdy over there. Alright, that's going to allow us to put in our train station. Again, these are all mega modular blueprints, which means they all work together. And they are awesome. Also, they auto-connect to each other as well. So I can turn on my auto-connect here. And I did modify this a little bit, and that's okay. We'll deal with that later. Go ahead and put our train station in. And I do think we're going to be close here, but we're going to give it a go. And then we'll put our train platforms, which should go that way, right? This way. Oh, they're going to be on this side. Okay. Okay, we'll make it work. And then nudge that into position. And that's going to be 3 of those. That's going to be close. Let's see how we look on this other side. Where's some mob who wants to fight me? Down here at the bottom. How are you not dead? Well, I'm here. Throw them in the dimensional depot. There we go. All right, we got problems because this is going to be 6 and we're going to need 2 more, but it may just work out. We'll see. And these are freight thing. Really, the terrain is probably going to be the biggest issue. We'll see how this works out. Yeah, I think that's going to go right into the terrain. So we're going to need to bring this up just a little bit, but I feel like we might be able to get away with it here. Let's use our stuff here to blow this stuff up. We need some explosive rebar. How many foundations do we need to come up to make that fit perfectly in there? That is a good question. A question we shall answer right now. So we will go and get our lowest level ramp. And we're going to see. Wow, that actually works out perfect. Wow, that's amazing how close that is. So we're going to need to come up 7. Let's go up 8. Let's do 8. Now here's the cool thing, because they're blueprints, we can just simply take them out like this. Makes that nice and easy. And so we need to bring this whole train line up by about 8. So when we come in here, we'll want to realign these right here. And we'll have this come out and align itself, let's say there. Up by 8 like that. Probably want it to come down and turn. So we're going to alleviate some of that angle by, take all this out, by coming down into this angle here, 4. Then turn. Turn up an angle there, yeah, so 1 there. Let's see what we can do with this. Okay. Did all my maths correctly. That should turn perfectly through there. Okay, looks good to me. Take this out now that we have all of our angles. And we're just going to add a little flat area there. That looks fine. What I'm trying to do is eliminate very high, because when it comes back, it's going to have to come back and line up to our run here. So it's going to need to go both in and out at the same time. So when it's coming in this way, we also need to have it go and go up here as well. So that's definitely going to need some work there. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Yeah. I think we can get away with that. I feel like that's a lot steeper than 1. Could just have it go along the 1 line, because this is probably only going to have 1 train. We have 1 train running here. We could, in theory, Y this up. This is going this way. Or it can go ahead and split and work its way up the train line. Go there, and then come back along the same line. But then that gets real tricky, so... yeah. And we know that that just about fits in that space. So we've got some thinking to do here. How can we get it to go this way and then back this way at the same time? We want to think about that. That this one is the incoming line. So this will go there. And then here. There. And then on the way back, it's going to come back on the right side. Over there. Oh, so we need to do this earlier. We need to do that a little earlier. Here. And then we'll have that one coming back. Basically, we're pushing this back that way. It's going to end up further in that direction, but that's okay. We're going to do this. And we're going to do that. And this is going to go there. And we're going to push it a little to the left, too. So that's coming back that way. That's going to there. That's going that way. Okay, so our incoming line is going to go here. And then there. Like so. It's going to end up right there. That's what we're trying to figure out, is where is this line going to end up? Then on the way back, we're going to go here to there. Oh, there we go. And here to there. And then in there. Okay, looking good, looking good. Take some of this out so it's not clipping our stuff. Looks pretty good. All right, so we know that the beginning of the station is going to be here. That's what we're figuring out with all of that. And so we'll put the end here. And we're probably going to want to nudge this into this. Like so. And so this is the outrun, which is going to be like this. Again, we're working on the height and then also the return of this, which is going to be maybe like that to be a bit better. That's coming this way is the return. Going in. So it's coming through this way. Going around there, through the station, and ending up this way. We could turn this around the other way. Have it coming in this way and ending up in the station. Because we have this one reversed from this station here. I felt like we'll just turn it around the other way. And that'll help us line up our two things here pretty well. Like that. Very nicely. And we'll just turn off our auto connect. In fact, we could probably move this in like that. Take this one out. And that one. Remove this. And that. Connect this. That's going to be too small. Kadoki. We can just do that all as one thing. There we go. This is the toughest thing, is all your transitions. Your transitions are going to be tricky. All right, let's see how this works out. And then we'll have our station over here. Station this backwards. No, it's not our station. What am I doing? No, this is the coal itself. Freight platform. Okay, freight platform. Auto connect. Good. Now our freight's going to be on the other side too, which is good. So there's 3. There's 6. There's 8. This is now way too close. Take all that out. So we have 3, 6, 7, 8 is all we need. We don't need the last one. So eliminate all of this stuff at the end. Take out the hypertube. Nice. Okay. And then the train's going to come in. It's going to go into the station here. Let's double check that we are doing this correct direction. Yes, so this one's going to come in and go a little wider. And the reason why it's going a little wider is it gives it time to work its way up so that we don't have to push this really super far forward. And that gives a little bit of time to kind of spiral at that lowest angle spiral so that it doesn't slow down the train too much. And then we have the train station, which we may still end up running into the ground, but we'll see what happens. As long as we got the train station in there, we're good. Our turnaround is going to be our issue here. That looks pretty good. And let's see how our turnaround goes. We might just have this perfection. Let's see. Ah. Nudge that over. Check that vertical. Oh, man, that was good. Come on, everybody. Look at how beautifully that worked out. Again, that's why I was figuring out the other side so I could figure out how to make this the perfect length so that all lines up just like that. Very nice. Like it. Let's go ahead and connect our hypertube here and flip our little switch. And our hypertube is up and running. All right, we got some signal problems. We'll take care of that here in a bit. But we do have our station in. That's our big part. And we have 8 different parts here. We'll go ahead and take this out. So that's going to go down there, and that's going to turn around and come back here. We have some stuff we have to work on over here because we took this part of the segment out. So we want to put that in there, and let's look at our signal. Our signal's good now. And see how I have this on this side? It's really close to this. I don't like to put it on that side if I can avoid it. So what I do is go ahead and try to move it to the other side, which sometimes it does want to do, and sometimes it doesn't want to do, because it's really obnoxious. Whatever. Okay, now you're just tripping me up. So I got to move this back anyway. There we go. Because this train's going to be really big. Now, it doesn't really matter here. The only thing that matters is really the return. Get back to my trains. There we go. Is the return, and that the return is not in the way. So I'm going to put this here. And these block signals are not figuring out the direction of which way my trains are going. So I have to put 2 of them in, take that one out to just make that one work. And that's because you want this part here to be cut separate from all of this, so this train can come in and turn around and go back that way. Now, this train has never had to worry about another train being here. So what we want to do is kind of cut this up here as well, so that that train, once this train is kind of off and running, the other train can try to catch up to it. But we definitely want to put, cut up the segments a little bit there. So again, this one has can get going while that other one is going as well. We might even have to fine-tune that some more, but this all looks great. We now have the ability to run our coal train here. Now what we need to do is we need to go over here and work a bit on the side of the train. Get out of the blueprint mode. There we go. We're just going to hit G on those. And we're going to work on our inputs. Right here. I got this all set up so it's in a modular style. So I can adjust them pretty easy. Zooping the rest of this in. I was trying to trip you up. See how it rotated it in a way I didn't want to, even though I picked up that? I think when you pick something up, it should automatically pick up the rotation of that object as well. Because most likely you're going to put it in the same exact orientation that the other one already is. So why it doesn't automatically pick up the orientation as well is a little annoying to me, but I do what I got to do. Okay, so all we need to do is create a couple boxes here and have those boxes just drop in there. But luckily, I've already got some storages ready to go. In fact, I think I already have them in the raw blueprints here. Let's see, freight storage input. There it is. And we already have those ready to rock and roll. I'm going to back those up just a little bit. We're going to hit H. We're going to get up here on the top and then look down to make sure the arrow is actually pointing at it, which it is not. Nudge it over a little bit. And we're going to need to move it back a little bit because, again, we're going to use a lifter to bring this other one down. So we'll run this one straight, and then this one will come down into there. Now, you can get closer and do it that way so that you only have the one lifter. I'm a big fan of being able to see both of them flowing out of there. I'll show you what I mean. I'll put that in. And then I can see that that's flowing there. And then if I put the lifter here and I turn it this way, I can also see that this is flowing into the lifter. And I can look down the entire line and see that they're all running. But if I put the lifter there, I don't really know, right? Because you can't see it in the lifter, in the highest level lifter. Some of the lower level lifters, you can see that it is flowing. But the level 6s, you definitely want to have that offset if you want to see it running. And of course, if you don't want to see it running, well, then you do you. Freight input over here. And now we have the ability to line these up off of each other because you can see we already have one. So we can line that up like that. And then hit H. And then nudge, nudge. And we should be getting a alignment there. There we go. And we'll just do the rest of these. I always look because it always seems to look correct, but then when you get there, it's not. If you get one direction correct, then you can just work your left and right, which is what I'm doing. And you can nudge this as far as you want now. They took away the limit of how far you can nudge stuff. You have no limit to how much nudging you can get going, which is awesome. I don't think there ever should have been a limit in the first place. But at least they saw the light on that one. Because it can be real obnoxious when you're trying to nudge something in and you're off by just one. You need one more nudge and you can't do it because this thing's got you blocked. Yeah, it sucks. Okay. Remember, these are all inputs. All right, let's see how many of these we got right. Let's do it. And we're going to do all the bottom ones first because it's good to do repetition. Goes much faster. All inputs there. Now we're going to do our lifters. Get them going the right direction. And once you have that going the right direction, it'll remember. So you want to do all of those. And there we go. Very nice. I'm going to see... oh, we did do this backwards. Oh, we did do this where we ended up over there. Okay, before we do the rest of these, I forgot to go in and let's mark all of these red. I forgot to go in and take them out. When you put the station in after the platforms, you need to come back and put those platforms in again. And I'm actually going to get the platforms out of here so they'll be a different color. Freight platform, like that. And we know we replaced that one. And you need to do it every 3 platforms. In this case, this is 2 platforms. So really this one here. Because we removed one of them in the front. So you got to remove the front one so it reestablishes the connection to the train station. Again, based on your blueprints. So in this case, that's one blueprint, those set of 3, this another blueprint, this set of 3, and that set of 2 is a blueprint because we took one out because we just needed 8. And there we go. That should make that work. Before we get too far into it, now we're going to have to redo this just to make sure that is going to function. And it went the wrong way. This way, there we go. We'll just take care of that while we're here. Okay, this one's fine. That was up. Okay. It just ran in a weird way that I didn't want it to run. Okay. Whatever, bro. And this one we'll just fix. That's why I changed the color so I could see which ones I adjusted. This one don't need to worry about it. This one is good. This one needs to be removed and reconnected. This one is fine. And that one is fine. Okay, so there we go. Now, what we want to do is go down here and split these up. Now, basically, this is 2 groups of 4, is what it is, right? So you've got 4 here and you got 4 here. Because if you take 1,200 and you divide it by 300, you end up with 4. And so each line is going to need to split into these separate boxes. Now you can load balance it if you want, where I go ahead and run it basically in here, and then each of these would be fed off that split and then split again, right? Because you're going to split it in half and then split that in half to run it in and load balance it if you want. Me, I'm going to, because I'm going to backlog, I'm going to do what's known as manifolding, and that's where you just run it like this, where all 4 of these are in sequence. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you run all 8 of them in sequence? And that's because it's going to exceed the belt speed, right? So if I put 2 1200s into a 1200 belt, that's 2400 going into a 1200. We don't want that. We don't want that to happen. What we want is we want to have one 1200 into this one and splitting, and then the 1200 into the other one. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to grab this here, and now that we have this here, we can utilize it to run that. And then this one, we are running this way. And so they're eventually going to end up over here. Feel like we'll go ahead and rearrange that a little bit. So this one's coming here. We can just bring this one out to here as well. We'll start to use our stackers just to give it a little bit more organized look. Let's say right there. And this one we'll put on the low side. And this one, we'll see if we can get it over here on the high side. Nice. Okay, that worked out good. And then we're just going to move this forward to, let's say, here. Now, they're equally the same speed, so it doesn't really matter if I put it on the top or the bottom. I just chose that randomly. And then we can, we don't even need to do that. We can just put this bottom one into there, and we're going to just, okay. Decide we're going to do it like that. There we go. See, I put it in straight mode, so it automatically is going to do that beautiful 90-degree there, which I want. And then the top one, we're going to take it off. We're going to put it on default. We're going to turn it this way, and we're going to bring that up. Because we're just running one line. And then we're going to bring it down a little too far. Bring it down here, let's say. And then into there. And there we go. Now we have 2,400 coal going in there. Now, the manifold is an overflow system. So what it's going to do is actually cut this in half. So this is coming in. It's actually cutting it in thirds right now. And it's taking that, cutting it into thirds, and it's running one of it to the top part, one of it into the bottom part, and then running both in at the same time. So this is actually 2,400 that's being run in here from the boxes. Because they're two separate boxes, and if they were full, and all of a sudden, say it comes up and it picks up a bunch of coal and then takes off, well, guess what? If it has a backlog, it's just going to fill that up at 2,400. So a great way of accelerating the load speed of your train cars. Really fantastic way of doing that. And then, see, while I'm building the other end of the train station, everybody, it's going to backlog a massive amount of this coal. And that's going to help me a bunch, and that coal is going to end up in here. Now, if you don't see the coal going in there, like I don't see the coal going into here, then we've got some problems. So we're going to take that out. We're going to run that in again, and there it goes. All right, so if I have a problem there, I'm going to assume I'm having a problem here as well. I'm going to go ahead, run that again. Again, see how I can see which ones are working and which ones are not working just by looking down the line. Those are all working. Over here, all working. Just that one, because I had taken that one out and re-added it back in. All right, those are all working. Just look in the thing. Yep. We've got a lot of coal backlogging. Notice that the first one had a lot more coal, and that's because that one's going to fill first, and then it's going to overflow to the next one, and so on. But we're going to have so much coal, but not going to be an issue. Not going to be an issue, because, again, first I let it backlog. Same thing with fluids. Let that stuff backlog. Now it's time to test our train. We need a testy train. Testy train. What we're going to try to do is we're going to try to get this set up. How long have we been going? We're going for a while. We're going to try to get this set up, and then we're going to let it run on both picking it up and dropping it off. And now that we already know what we need, we know we have 8 things in here. Now you want to run your train to see if it comes off the tracks. Right? You also want to watch out that your other train's not over here, or you might crash into that train. I don't see it in the station right now, but let's see. It is actually in the station, so had I waited another moment there, I could have had an issue. Oh, hold on. I see a problem already. I see an issue already. See how long the train is, but the block signal is here. That means the train that's coming behind it is going to smash right into the back of that train. So we've got to watch out for that. That's a for sure right there. So we want to block this back here. And then we no longer need this block signal here. There we go. So when that train's coming down, it doesn't smash into the back of that train. And this train's going to be really long, just like this one. So we'll figure that out later on. Now, right now, this one is waiting to pull out of the station, but it can't pull out of the station. See how it's all blue all the way down? If I do add a block signal over here, again, I don't know what's going on with why these block signals are so bad lately. Holy mackerel. Again, they've been really bad in the fact that they don't go the direction you want them to go. Gotta find some magical spot there. There we go. Now, because I cut that, this train should move forward and then end up stopping right here. Again, that'll just allow that train to come out of the station. Now, we want to make sure that it can come completely out of the station so that if another train's coming along, it can get by. And we can see that is not true. We can see that this is stopping before it got there. So, again, that's what we're testing there. We want to move this forward even more so that train can completely come out of there. And usually you just wanted to put it as the length of your train station anyway. So we'll go up here and see if it'll let us do one up here. There we go. And then we no longer need this one. And then we'll see if it clears the station, which it did. Okay, and then we've got one up there. Now this one still says that it is blocked, so we don't want that. So we want to put one in between here. That should say that that's a separate line. Nope, that doesn't seem to be well connected. This should all be a separate line here. It seems a little close. A little close. Yeah, this part here needs to be separate. That doesn't seem to be working either. We'll get this. How about here? So this one should be green now. Yes, there we go. So basically we just cut that into a segment. So when this one is waiting, say we have another train running and it's waiting on one that's going up the thing, this other train can come along and go up there and do what it needs to do without having to wait for this train to clear. Basically that's what we just did there. Okay. So we tested that. We got all that working. That works very good. And then we're going to take our train and we're going to ride it up the way here. Remember, these trains aren't doing anything other than just dropping off oil now. They're not actually running our power, so that's why we're not having an issue with our power going on and off. And once I clear this, then that train should start to move. There we go. And to keep it from stopping, I'm going to jump out, get rid of this train. And then it should not have to stop over there and end up coming this way. And we're going to put this over on this side and test it in the other direction. And away it goes. What we want to do is come in here. We want to be able to switch and go up the side here. And of course we got all of our oil extractors over here. I'm going to hit A to turn the arrow so that it goes to the left. And pretty smooth. In through the station. And that's probably good enough. Because we already tested it. Alright. Nice, good. Blow up that stuff. I don't like it. Get out of my foundations. We get rid of this stuff. Oh, we're going to have to live with that, I think. This we can get rid of. We're going to have to live with a few of those things poking up through the ground there. The limestone we can get rid of. We will rock you. That's what it does, by the way. That's what that is from. Little queen there. Alright, that's working awesomely. Look at that. That's nice. Okay, let's run in doing that. Then we want to make our actual train. So we're going to have our train locomotive first, and then we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then for every 4 cars, we're going to need a locomotive. We already have one in the front. So we need just another one because, again, it is 8 long. And I like to add an extra one as well. And it just so happens, look at that, perfectly lines that up. So we did add a second train to come pick this up. It would do that. So there we go. So now that one is set up. And what do we call this? Far oil. So we're going to call this far coal pickup. Bingo. Okay. And then we're going to go to this train. And we're going to hit Q. Far oil. Oh, wait. Far coal train. And we're going to add its first timetable is going to be far coal pickup. There we go. Save those changes. Now notice it doesn't have another thing. I'm not going to turn on self-driving yet. What I'm going to do is actually go to the other end of the track, make a corresponding coal drop-off area, and then tell it to go ahead and move forward into this train station first, load the coal, because again, it's still backlogging the coal for right now, and then bring that coal to the other area. So that's all we need to do now. This is all done. This is actually forever done, if you think about it, because I never have to do anything with these nodes again, because that is the maximum amount they're ever going to extract. So we out of here. Let's go. We could take our hypertube, but I kind of feel like just riding the train. Here we go. Oh, we could use a hypertube launcher. Oh, hold on. I got another idea. Definitely want to take that off the track or it'll slow down. I think we should use our hypertube launcher out here. And get back even faster than the actual train itself. I see the train coming in. I think we should just add one right over here. Yeah. Let's add it over here. All right, where is our hypertube launcher? Oh, that's a small one. Where's the big boy? The mega launcher. Yeah, now we're talking. Again, I forget which direction this way is going. I'm going to assume it's going to the arrow direction. How many of those did I just put down? Kind of felt like I did 2. I did. Okay. Yeah, I did double check. Okay. Something trying to get me again. What's it guarding? Oh, Mercer Sphere. Well, thanks for drawing my attention to the Mercer Sphere. Didn't even know it was there.
Look through the window and witness a thread.
Or not. But I don't look through the window and don't look at the thread. Okay, now we want to figure out how we want to put this in here. I think we're going to do this. And then we're going to get this. And then we're going to need to put a splitter. And it's going to go left by default. So we'll want to do a branch. So this goes like that. And so when this comes out of here, it will curve around into there. And then this hypertube launcher, which apparently is the opposite direction. Okay, wrong way. We will turn that around so the arrow is pointing away from us this time. There we go. And then we'll take this and run that up in there. And we'll just go ahead and tie some power. And we can tie it under here. And oh, bummer. Got that running all over the place. Take that out. Connect that to that. I could just upgrade that, but I don't feel like it because it's going to just cause trouble. We'll just do that. Okay. That works for me. Let's see if we can go outrun the train. See if we can catch up to the train. And that's what's cool about a hypertube launcher, everybody. I can get you to one side, the other. I can actually chain those together too, so it'll go even faster. But what we really need to do is make sure that this is going to take us back where we want to go. In this case, I'm going to go right over here. Go this way. Back this way. Just for fun. I could have just went this way. But you can see I can loop around there as well. And then, of course, as I come up like this, it's going to slow me down. Loop back around this way. My Samor. Just having a bit of fun with our loop here. That's what's cool about a hypertube launcher is that you can just massively accelerate from one place to another. You see we're starting to slow down. Kind of feel like we'll just do the same thing here. Maybe should have just added this to all the blueprints. Maybe should have just had the hypertube launcher as part of every one of these. And we'll stack it there. Take this out. Again, now we know how to do this easy mode. Like that. Take this. Loop that back in there. Take this, put that there. And it's floating a little bit there, but we're just going to roll with it. Put that there in case we want to make some more connections later, or we can always upgrade that. And now, here we go again. Ah, dropped us off over here. Our quick wire. It's got me default left there, which I don't really want it to do. I should actually default that straight. We can fix it if we want later on, but hey, got us way over here pretty quickly. And our trains are still all running, which means we've done it correctly so far. Again, by default, it should put me in the train station, see? That's what I wanted to do. That's how I have it set up. Okay, now we need a train thing. So that train is going to come along, go along here, loop back through here, and end up in another train station right over here. So we're going to have it come through this way and end up in that station. So let's go ahead. This is all at the same level, I hope. Yeah, it does look like it is. Okay. Let's go ahead and start with another train station. So we're going to start with our first part of our station. Right here. And backwards. There we go. And we got the incoming and outgoing part of the station. So if this one needs to go back that way, we need to know how to make it go back that way. We could have it circle off to that other side over there. Yeah, go down and turn left. Coming back would be going that way, but going this way would be back on here, so it could come across and go back down that way back there. Okay, that seems good to me. So this is our incoming line here. We'll probably want to move this forward so it matches up to our other station in case we need to make any more Y junctions or whatever we feel like doing. Oh, that is actually not the start of the station. Start of this is actually way back here. There we go, because we have our things coming up next. So that pretty much matches up to the thing we got there. And we can adjust these lines and all that stuff later. So pretty much that should end up there. Make sure our vertical's looking good. Yeah, that all should line up nicely. Just like that. Very cool. All right. And then we need all of our connections here. And we're going to auto connect our freight platforms. Multiple platforms there. So that is 6. And we need 2 more. Auto connecting, all good. Waiting until it doesn't show like a blueprint. All of this out, including our hypertube. Yeah, I got these all set up in a modular style, so I can, if I need to modify them in a way, I can. Then we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to mark all of these like this. We can also mark them in different colors too if we wanted to. Like we can say, okay, this one is going to be the first 4, and this one's going to be the last 4. But one of the things I need to do is go in and fix the problem with the stations. So I'm going to make those all red for now. Then put in the station and then the end of the station, and then come back and fix these so that they'll work. Again, if you put the station in after you put in the other stuff, you'll have issues. As I've learned by doing these blueprints. All right, there is our platform. And then this is our turnaround. Definitely watch that vertical height, holding down control and then lining that up. And that's all good. Okay, so now we need to go take this one out. Those are group of 2. These are groups of 3. Take those out. And then back in they go. Where are you up here? Freight platform. The reason why I don't middle mouse button them is that it makes it easier for me to just color it a different color. The default color, which is orange, and that tells me that, hey, I got my job done right over there. And then also we can just fill in the rest of these now that we ran our power. It's all good. Okay, now we want to, of course, output the train, and this is going to be our far oil or far coal drop off. Good enough. Okay, very nice. I try not to make it so it scrolls. I hate the scrolling. Okay, now we got to work on our inputs and outputs. We got to make sure this is set to unload. We got to get where it's going to drop it off and all of that. We can work on this hypertube later. Okay, so if it's coming in from this way, we'll want it to go right into there. And then our return, we're going to do that elsewhere. We're going to probably have it go all the way to the end. and then as it goes out the end, then catch onto this track, which will allow us to go back that way. For right now, though, we can just go ahead and divert this track. Something like this. End up over here somewhere, maybe even bypassing that. It's always doing something weird. All right. I'll say this for now, and that. There we go. Again, until we get our other station in, and then that'll run all the way down, then turn around. Or again, we can just leave it like that, create a little bypass for it to go that way, and then we'll want to put in a block signal over here somewhere to block, so that that is a separate segment from this segment here. Okay, so we got that going. And again, this one's going to come in into, it's coming down, going through here, going through this station, coming back out, and then ending up going into here. Nice. There we go. Okay, and that's going to end up in there, and then again its return is this way. Take this block signal out, don't need that one anymore. Don't need this line here. This whole line is obsolete because we're not going to run back this way. Unless it was one coming from this way, then we could just easily circle that back around and just merge that over there. But we'll have these all running in tandem here. And so for now, we'll turn this into there. And maybe I could just have that going straight and then just have it turn back there. Kind of a double turn. That's why I have this space in the middle, is for rail logistics. But we also want to have our output here, and our output's going to be very simple. We're just going to take our boxes, like that. I don't have a blueprint for this because it's not as involved as the inputting. Kind of watching my lines. Okay, now we want to go here and set this to unload, like so. This is probably the hardest part of trains, so remembering to set it to unload can be exceedingly difficult to remember. Like that. Okay. Those are all unloading, and now we'll go ahead and set up all of our lines to run all that out of there. Again, once you have it set up, it'll automatically remember that's the way you have the top of it turned. So that's the time to run through and do all of these at the same time. So it'll automatically turn it the way you want it. Otherwise, you got to keep redoing that turn, which really sucks. Again, these are two separate boxes. That is outputting to. Both outputs. I do both inputs and both outputs for maximum inputs and outputs of our stuff. And that's pretty much it. There we go. So we have our incoming. So it can go in here, turn around, and then go in here, and then come back this way, and end up going that way. But if it didn't need to go this way, it could, because it could go this way, loop back around, and then go that way too. So we actually have dual directions. Because the next one we may do may be going the other way from way the heck up here somewhere. Maybe this one. We'll see. I don't know. We're just trying to get this one going for now and see how we do from there. Okay, so we got that all set up. In theory, the train should be able to come over here and drop off this and then run back the other way. And we do have our block signal there. We've got our block signal over there. We've got a block signal here. Making sure that all of our block signals are looking good before we start this. Okay, that's going to go that way. This is separate here. This is probably going to be longer than that, but we'll see how it goes. Again, we're going to have many trains running along these same lines. And we want to make sure, yes, look at that train coming in and going nicely. This really needs to be separated from this here. This way, when a train is going by right there, it's not stopping this train from flowing. And see, that train should continue to flow. Yeah, much better. And that one should be able to go by without it interrupting this over here. Okay, that's all good. This is all good. These are all segmented nicely. Let's try it out and see if it works. So we can just go right over here and we can access the train from within the timetable. Far oil coal train. We're now going to edit its timetable. We're going to say far coal drop off. Right there. We're going to say save changes, turn it on. And in theory, it is going to do its thing over here. And there it is. Yeah, we can see it's moving. So it's going to move into the station on the other side, pick up that coal, and run that coal over here. Let's get our hypertube turned back on again here, or turned on for the first time. And now our hypertubes are good. Oh yeah, it's working. And again, we want to see our train come through and pull in here to the station. It does have 2 trains in the back. Let's go ahead and see if this is going to be enough room. It does look like it's going to be enough room. So, because each of these take like 2 foundations. So 2 foundations, 2 foundations. So that should be fine. So it can move out of the way of other trains coming through and trying to double back. And really, we want to wait for it. You want to wait for this before you just say, okay, it's good. You want to watch it unload every single one of these cars. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to chill here for a moment while we wait for our train to navigate back to us. And again, that's way out there too, everybody. Way on the other side of the map over here. There it goes. And it is now working its way back through the crude oil station, so we know that works. And it is going up the line there. Where's our far oil train? Center oil. Let's turn off all the resources. Boom. There we go. Center oil. These are all going up and down the things. 18 coal car train. Oh, look at it. See, it stopped? It stopped because we have the lake oil train. Far coal, lake oil train. Stopped it. So there's a whole line here that needs to be cut up a little bit more so it can move forward. Because this could move all the way to here right now. And again, it's waiting on these other trains to switch. Oh, we got a whole bunch of problems over here. We got some trains blocking. All right, let's go solve any of our blocking trains over here and see what's going on. It's not just block signals. Sometimes it's just trains that are blocking each other. Where I have, right here, see, I readjusted this part here and forgot to add another block signal right here. Let's get on this side. And we're just going to cut that and then take this out. Oh, we'll let this train go. It's going to go by. And we'll put the proper one in there, which should be the other way. There we go. And so you can cut, I got to cut that into a separate segment so it can return. And most likely I need to do that down here because I didn't add these back in. Because I readjusted these and made them straight. That one actually I have one in. That's nice. But way down here at the end. Now the one at the very end I don't need to do. Just these ones here in the middle. So it'll know when a train is coming this way or that way or the other way. And it will still allow these trains to go straight. That's the biggest problem, is it's not letting these trains go by if another train's trying to go this way. That's its biggest issue, so I'm just going to do that, and then this, and then take that signal out because I don't need it. There we go. Now that one will be able to, again, see how that's all separate. So this one will go here, wait for this train to go that way, and just kind of resolve all of the train interconnections all the way down. Again, sometimes it's just one little segment. Put a block signal there, fixes all of the stuff along the way. It's usually whenever you modify something, which is what I did. I modified this whole thing so it's nice and straight now. Very, very nice. Kind of feel like we could fix this little corner up like so, and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and this, a little bit of that. There we go. All right, those trains are all running again. And we're waiting for our new far lake. See, the one here, it stopped, and it shouldn't have stopped because there's a lot of room in between there. So what we'll do is we'll take a little ride on the train back, and we'll cut that up at some point. But all we need to do now is see if it's coming in and dropping this off. We want to see it pick up every single one of these and drop them off. And then it's just going to go ahead and do its cycle. And it's going to cycle while we're doing this. Hydrate. Let's do it. I'm properly hydrated now. Okay. How we doing? Here comes that Lake Oil train. X2 train going out right now. Let's get up here so we can see it coming in. All right, yes, it's going to go ahead and loop several times here. It's going to loop around there. And so we're creating this kind of loop to help us turn one way or another. And I feel like that one's still coming in. Yeah, that one's still coming in. Oh man, we definitely need to create a bunch of block signals in there so that is not waiting way back there. It should be way up here where, because it could be pulling in, but we want to see it loop several times, and it should end up stopping here because this train's going to be blocking it, or that train's going to be blocking it right now while it's unloading. And so when that one's sitting there, it's also blocking this because I can see I've got another oil train back here blocking. And so when that one rolls out, the oil train's going to roll out with it. Now, the thing about the oil train is not going to stop at the station. It's just going through the station. So it should be able to go through there. Oh, and this one's turning around. So we do have some serious turning around problems. Oh, look at that. Look how those are all blocking each other. That's a problem. Perfect storm of things going horribly wrong there. So yes, I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. And again, you'll have to spread these trains out eventually so that they don't cause that problem. But we can go right here. We can say, you know what, turn off self-driving. And then what I'm going to do is back this train up a bit. And what we can do is eliminate this turnaround here so that it doesn't turn around there, that it goes all the way to the end and turns around. And so I'm just going to run this train forward a little bit. Wait for it to clear that area. And then we're just going to take out this turnaround like so. And then this one will have to run all the way to the end, but that's okay. Because we have such large trains, we want to make sure that we have enough space for them to come in and clear that area. So these trains can come through, and this one's going to go into that station. So again, you have this nice long space here for our trains to clear each other here. There we go. This one does not have a block signal. Oh, the block signal is back here because of the length of the train. And this one coming back and now getting behind this train, which allowed that one to clear, which allowed this one to clear. And then this one is going to eventually just make its way up here, and that one's going to be long gone. And then now this one coming in. Very cool. Lots of stuff coming through. And this is the train I think we're looking for. Where's our train? I think this is the far coal train is over there. That's loading and unloading. Oh man, that fits perfectly there too. Loading and unloading there. Though we don't probably need both those signals. We could just take this signal out there. There we go. And that is going to make that one clear first before this one moves forward. Yes. Okay. Very much nicer. Okay. Just to kind of spread those trains out from each other. That one's back over that way. So waiting for our train to get here, which is that train right there. That train should make its way back over here. And we're going to see if it unloads the coal. Again, the other train's way too long to have that small turn, so we need to make sure it goes all the way to the end before it does turn. And that'll free up all those other ones. All right, come on in here and dazzle us. See, we get them all the first try. Oh, all of them first try, everybody. Very nice. That's what you want to see. And look like we got them all. All right, now we want to see it rolling out of here. Notice that even though it's going to drop it in there, we're not going to see any coal come out of there. And the reason why the coal is not coming out of there is because the train has to pull out of the station first, and then it turns it back on again. Wow, that worked all the way down. Let's check all of our lines are working. This is why I have this gap here, so I can just very easily see. Yep, they're all working fine. And then train's going back that way. It's going to turn around and go this way. Here it comes. And we're going to jump on the train. Here we go. All right, we got a little bit of work to do out here, and then we're just going to ride the train back and forth, back and forth. It's going to be fun. And we'll go stop about right there. Okay. We got that cut up pretty nicely. Except for we do need a block signal in here, because this is a really long segment here. Let's go ahead and come on. Why are you so awkward? There we go, right there. Cut that part up so this can move up even further. Okay, now one of the things we want to do is go along our train tracks and start to really chop these up, because this is a really long area, and again, so our trains can kind of spread out from each other and not be stopped way back there. So we'll put one there. We've kind of got this other side looking good. You can see that train is stopped. That train should not be stopped because there's probably a lot of track there where it could be fine. And the same thing over here. We'll cut that up a bit. So this came down and was waiting at the edge there. And we have cut that part up, so that's fine. That's all looking good, that transition there. And again, we want to really cut this whole, because the other train's like way the heck up there now. Especially want to cut this so that it can get off of that track and get out of the way. We're just going to fly along the track, and you guys can see all of my excellent track work. Fred over here, of course, inspecting the track for me. Good job, Fred. You got it. And we're going to leave this segment pretty long because we want them to come up. And if it is going to stop, I like it to stop on a flat area and not on a hill, because then it takes it longer for it to start back up if it's on a hill. And how are we looking here on this other side of the track? We could definitely cut this up a bit. Like so. So that's cut up nicely there. On a downhill, that's okay, because downhill it'll go faster. But on an uphill here, I want to get the train up here. Let's say here. And most of the time, these segments won't even matter. We just want to make sure that these trains are moving forward and not just sitting here waiting for the other train to clear that giant long track. Again, when you have tracks this long, you really got to slice them up a bit. And that one's pretty good. And you can make them the size of the train if you want. I just go through and kind of get a general sense of how far I feel like I want that segment to be. Let's say there. And so now you got those as separate segments. I usually do this at the end because you don't really know, are you going to have another station here? Eventually, probably. Are you going to have another tracks? Are you going to have multiple trains running on that same track? What are you going to do? And okay, this all looks good. And then this one, we'll just say once it gets past the top part here. Oh, that did not split it. A little bit. No? Oh, something wrong. Probably with these ones right here, because they're like right next to each other. Sometimes when they're right next to each other, they act a little funky. So I'm going to take one of these out. Take that out. Doesn't seem like it's doing its job, which is just simply to cut up the line. Yeah, something wrong. Back up. Those looking fine that way. This is fine here. It just happens to be these ones up here that are having an issue. This one fine. That one's fine. Take this one out. Now that one's not fine. Okay, it's the one up here that's causing the issue. Maybe it's way at the bottom. We'll find out. That one's going the wrong way. That's a classic problem. That looks good. That one looking good. All right. Looks good. Okay. We already got this side cut up nicely. And then this segment can probably be all of one segment since it's going down. Look at this awesome train I built, everybody. Pretty amazing. Winded it through all of that. Multiple things down here. We'll probably come back and do the supports at some point. But I think we got our train segments looking better. Let's go over here and check our station. Oh yeah. Wow, that one's already backlogged. Why is this one not? Still filling that one. Well, that one just filled up just at that very second. That one filled. Now it's overflowing into those. Okay. This one here at the end should have the least, and the one at the beginning should have the most. Yep. Looking good. That one's full. This one's almost full. I see. Yeah, it's already done all the overflow, and now it's filling the one at the end. And so the one at the end here is eventually going to be filled up. Because once it fills these, everybody, then it will just then send all 1,200 down the line. And then they'll split in thirds, fill these, and then once that's full, it'll then go this, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. It all is filling up. It's all working. Looks good to me. That seems like a let it run kind of thing. And away we go! Hypertube launcher. There goes the coal train there. There go right. There it goes. Man, these are some big trains. That just dropped off that coal. Awesome. Yep, and it's emptying it out. Perfectly. All right. So that's ready to run. Man, look at that gigantic train, man. That is a big boy train right there. That is a ginormous train. That is bringing a lot of coal, everybody. I don't even know how much coal that is. That's a lot. Actually, we could figure it out 300 times how many ever we have, 18. That's a lot of coal. So we're going to let that run, and we rode the train a little bit there, and we're going to go ahead and do some words on stream while we take a little bit of a break. Right over here, after now it's been 4 hours. I'm supposed to take a break every couple hours, everybody, but we wanted to let that train run while we were taking a break, so that's what we're going to do. Let's get all this going. And again, just describe the words in the chat. And I'll be back in just a bit. Hey, Wonder Chicken, what's up? This fellow old guy YouTube streamer. Yep, that's me. Also, Twitch streaming. I'm streaming to 6 different platforms, or 5 different platforms. Facebook was doing something weird, so I stopped streaming there. But yeah, streaming to Twitch, YouTube, X.com, aka Twitter, Trovo, and Kick, all in 1080 HD. That's 60,000 upload speed, everybody. I know, crazy, right? Kismet is crazy. So yeah, and Laps Satisfactory player, just thought I'd say hi and have a great stream. Well, thanks for coming in and saying hi, Wonder Chicken. I appreciate you, man. Just having a good time. As you can see, I got all wrapped up, as I do. I do get all wrapped up in what I'm doing, but I appreciate you coming in and chilling out in the channel. And we're going to go ahead and, again, let this Words on Stream run. And I got to press all the buttons here. There we go. take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back. Here we go. I'm back, everybody. Let's get to it. Let's help you guys out with these puzzles over here. Let's see if I can get my chat up over here. All right, there we go. Tall, you got that one. Leet. What? Welt. Yeah, there we go. We got a word. Late. There's one right there. Can't type it yet. There it is. Let's see. The rest of these are T words. That's definitely a T word right there. T-W-E-L. Teal. T-E-A-W. T-E-A-L. Teal. Duh. I typed that one. I couldn't even think of the word. Maybe some W words in there. Walt. I can't type any more words. I'm locked. Very good, everybody. Very nice. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiscats. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Well done. Crushed it there, everybody. Nice job. We're going to get back to some Satisfactory over here. We're working on our coal. What the heck is going on over here? What the heck? We got trains that are all stopped. Uh-oh, we got problems. This train is stopped. That train is stopped. This train is waiting for this train to come through. So the question is why is this train stopped? Oh, because that one needs to go through there. So, I guess we could add another thing there. Bring that train forward through a little bit more. Oh boy. Way too many trains stopped. Okay. Wow. Okay. Look at that. All of our trains caused all the trains to stop. You do not want that to happen. Glad we're figuring it out now. That bad. So all these trains that are going in different directions. This train needs to go back that way. And it can't go back that way because this big, long, massive train is blocking it. And then this train is blocking that one, and all these trains are trying to go back this other way, and they cannot move forward. I feel like the thing to do is to add another block signal over here. Let's see if we can get this problem solved by adding another signal right here to get that one out of that train station, like this. So that one's going to allow that one to move up. Or no, this one to move up. Yeah, that one to move up. Allow that one to move up. Again, always about fine tuning. There we go. And then that one should be able to move out of the way. This one should be going right here. Why is this one not going? I think it needs to go that way. Yeah, it needs to go that way, and this big long train is going to block it. This happened to be all the trains came in at the same time. All right. Let's see if we move this train forward a little bit more. This is why you got to figure out all your block signals, everybody. This is the reason. Right there, we can move one of these two trains forward more. Oh, not that one. We wanted to move this other one. Wanted to move that other one forward. Oh man, we might have to dip around this side here to get some of these trains to go around that way. Yeah, maybe we should have just had that also looping back this way. All right. Oh, that one finally went forward. Okay. That one's waiting to go that way. And all of these trains are locked. And this one's green here. That's coming in that direction. This one does not look like it is actually taking effect here. Yeah, this one's not actually doing anything. There we go. That's on a separate line now. All right. We had a perfect storm of trains all in the same spot at the same time, blocking each other. And again, I feel like some of these trains can be diverted across here, back this other way. So let's go ahead and put our loop back in here. Sometimes I just use the block signals to cut the train track where I want it to cut like that. And so now some of these can go this way and basically just run along this backside. That's way too many trains on that line. Too many trains, not enough space. Just needs a little bit more space down there too. So we're going to go over here and we're going to cut this up some more. And see if we can just bring this one forward enough to get that other train to pull forward enough. Now, that's a long train. I seriously doubt that's going to pull forward enough to let that other train move forward. Very rarely do I cut in the middle of the thing, but in this case, we could do that just so this one could move forward and free up that previous track. So that could move to here and free up that outside line, which would then allow all these other trains to go wherever they need to go. This one's trying to get in here too, but see, this one can't be released. I know exactly what to do. You go to this one, turn off self-driving. I'm just going to make this one loop. That's going to run that way and it's going to loop around. And then that's going to free up this train, which will allow that one to come out. Once that clears that. Really? That doesn't have a block signal from all that space? Where is this one trying to go? Oh, this one needs to be cut again right here. Yeah, see, this is still saying that this is blocked. Let's cut it right there. Put one on that side. Now that can go. Yeah, there we go. This is what we're testing. And then once this one can come down, we're going to see some of these maybe go to the left and take this other route over here to try to clear that out a little bit. Yeah, that one's going to go to the left and go out that way instead of congesting all of this. So it has an option to go that way if it's going there, and then it also has the option to go this way. A lot of those trains are going to go off that way. Yeah, there we go. And that'll cut down on the congestion here. Actually, we could cut this one out. Don't need that one anymore. So that will let anything know that's on this line here. All right, so we kind of fixed that up a bit. Kind of like that over there too, that allows that to return down the side. That'll help all of that. And so this should be running. Okay, I haven't finished filling that up yet because I think it stopped while we were AFK. See, and that's why you want to, again, test all this stuff ahead of time before you actually start running the plant. You want to make sure that you have plenty of ability to adjust this. Yeah, that one also now diverting that way instead of going this way and blocking up this area. I don't like it to be close to the other track. Taking that one out. And chopping these tracks up into small segments so they can switch between all the different parts in which they need to switch. That was a perfect storm of problems right there. And it was especially back here when they got backlogged back there, and they didn't have any other way that they could go. Yeah. Okay, I think we fixed that problem. Now what we want to do is think about where we want to go to next. All right, let's check our resources. I feel like we want to get all this coal up here. This is going to be a really big train. If we grab all the coal in this whole area, we can grab it all right here. There is so much coal right there. Pure node there. Normal. Normal. Oh my goodness. That is one ginormous amount of coal there. And then we have all this coal up here too. Again, we have this one here. And more over here too. Got a lot of coal all spread out there. What do we got over here? Pure node. Oh man, those are all pure nodes. That's a lot of coal right there too. And then way over here, and then up here. But we'll probably have to run an additional train line out there to get that. Maybe run it to in the center here and then run it up. Bring all that in. We got all the coal over here, so that's good. We could start up our plant now, too, now that I think about it. We could start up our other flower plant here, but we really do want to let these run to see if they have issues. I bet you this one's going to be the easiest one. And we can either go up to this one, we could run it up this way, or we could just run it across to where we have this central oil. Kind of feel like that's what we want to do. Just take this, run it over this way. How does this station get there? Is that like a dog leg station? I forgot how I got there. I think I went across this way and then went up. Is that how I got there? I don't know. We got to go to the central oil pickup. Let's go check it out. We should chop this one up a little bit more too, so that a train can be waiting past this point. Yeah, over here maybe. There we go. So the train can make it through here and then be lined up there so this other part can come through. Alright, we got to go this way. Come back and fix those fences. We're going to take the hypertube launcher. Boom! So where are we going? And we'll just keep going this way. Let's see. So there's a bunch of pier nodes right here. So we're trying to go here to Central Oil. And we're going up here toward mid oil right now. And I think we go across the Central Oil. And I kind of feel like we kept going and then went up. I can't quite remember. I guess we'll find out here in a minute. Check out the size of this spiral, everybody. Look at that. That is a big spiral. This is a perfect spiral as well. Again, you're going to have very slow, or very little slowdown of your trains going up and down these spirals. So it's actually faster and takes less space when it does spiral. Much, much better than having long train tracks or even steep train tracks. Using a beautiful spiral is awesome. And I do have these blueprints available to my Patreon supporters, by the way. You can just go and download it over there and utilize it and enjoy it. Pretty awesome. All right, heading back. Our space elevator way over there. A little bit of free radiation as you go by. So over here collecting a bunch of resources. So our mid oil, I'm going to go ahead and tell it to go this way, which is going to send me in this direction, and we'll remember how the heck we got over here in the first place. Again, how do I get to this train station? Oil can pickup. Here comes our oil train. No, it looks like it goes left. That goes this way. Oil can pickup. Huh. Did I elbow that out? I could have. I don't remember doing it, but doesn't mean I didn't. Let's go find out. Maybe I did that last time and have totally forgotten by now. Oh yeah, down here where we were doing some stuff, where we were coming through that thing, we had made it go to the side. Oh, I forgot, man. I forgot. Been a bit since we did that. I remember we hit this kind of curve down here. And you can see I'm making this run perfectly through and around and under stuff. Very difficult to do, especially when you're doing it this long. But yeah. Yeah, we did this way. We have the train coming through and then going up and over. Over here. All these beautiful tracks. Oh, we got to come back and work on our foundations here. I just realized our support lines. Take out some of these extra things. Look at me go. Well, this was a smart idea. Yeah, I forgot we came out here and we did this one. I think this was the last one that we did. For all the oil in the entire world. Oh, and we never did connect our hypertube. Check it out, everybody. Using about 14K power out of 21,000 to run everything. All of this. All right, so yeah, it looks like we are out here. And so we can run this up here if we want. So it does look like it goes up and then cuts across. So we can grab it and bring it up, or we can grab it and bring it over to Central Oil. I feel like the smarter thing is to grab a Central Oil. Then it doesn't have to go all the way up here to grab it. It can just go here, grab it, and then turn around. So yeah, we want to turn around and go back. Oh, here's the train. Let's take it. I'm not even driving. It's doing it itself. Hold on a second. That does not have a block signal there. That means that this line and this line are the same line. So you definitely want to have block signals going in both directions depending on which train gets there first. And definitely cut up this line a little bit here. That blue line is also this line here. Cut that up. Cut that up. There we go. Otherwise, these two trains are going to block each other. That's coming in this way. That's only the one train going that way, so it doesn't matter. But right here, this would block everything here. This is the return line going that way. This is a return line. There's only one train going out to there. It's like really right here where this would slow down this other oncoming train. All right, so that's solved. Little steam coming out of that thing down there. All right, back the other way. Make a lot of temporary trains. Make sure you pick those up, though, because that'll stop all your trains from running. Okay, so this is our center oil pickup. And somewhere out there is a ton of coal. Right here. So we can just get a general idea just by putting a marker down, then clicking on that marker and say highlight the marker. There it is right there. So what we can do is just extend this station out even further and run this to the station, or we could run this down into wherever that is and then have it go down, grab it, and then have it come back up, because this station's way up here. We put this way, way up here. Probably because of those cliffs back there. Normally I have all my stuff up really high because that's really easy when you put your stuff up really high, because you can just run it over the top of everything. It's easier to bring your resources up to it than your train down to the resources. Bringing your resources up is easy. Bringing your trains down, that's hard. Because you have a lot of stuff you have to do to make that work. Alright, speaking of, let's do it. I feel like we'll just cut the whole front of this off. Like that, and we're going to have this come in straight. Not straight, or are we going to curve it? That's a good question. That's a good question. Well, let's start with the basics. We're going to go ahead and put in our... Oh, that's our spiral. Put in our thing here, because we're going to want this to come back. Yeah, probably the return is the thing that we will decide how we want this to go. Because we can go straight here, and we'll be going on the left side. And then on the return, you'd want this to end up right here. And this to come straight. Like that. Yeah, maybe go straight first and then start to go down. So we're gonna go like this, and we're just gonna auto connect all of that nicely, and then we'll just add another support here to start going downward. Okay, now we have a bunch of modular mega blueprints that I built that make this kind of stuff go pretty quickly. So we're just going to do this, and we're just going to start running this stuff downward. Like so. Yeah, I think that was fine. We're gonna have to turn off our auto connection there though. So we're just gonna go default because we're gonna have to readjust these sides over here. Our auto connect back on. And there we go. We're off and running. Again, just trying to bring these down. Now, I'll go in and add all the supports underneath there at some point. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and do that. I might have this backwards. Well, let's see if it does it. Oh, it does it? Okay, cool. Auto connecting, very nice. All of that stuff, and then now, of course, you'd want the power to be running so that you're running this. Now, I could again run it steeper, but the point is that it's losing the minimum amount of speed when it's coming back up the tracks. You want it to not be losing any speed. We can avoid it. Alright, we'll try to speed this up a little bit here. You know, a lot of these nodes I don't think I've ever bothered to come and get, but we're getting them now. We're getting all the coal. All the coal everywhere. And we got our nature readjuster, aka explosive rebar, to get it out of my way. They're getting there. Man, we're way up here too. Way up there. I feel like I might want to flatten out here. All right, where is these coal nodes? Oh, down there. Coal nodes out that way too. So they're right there, so it kind of makes me think, can I blow that tree up? No. Those trees cannot be destroyed. Oops, something's after me. Something's shooting fireballs. Get all that stuff in there. Okay, so we've got this coming down. Wow, look how cool that is. All right. This is coming down, but it's getting right by these trees here. So we'll probably want to put a curve in here. Right here. So we want to flatten, curve. Go a little bit straight and then curve. So we'll go ahead and bring in our flat spot here. Now we'll put our curve in. Wow, that's perfect too. Perfect curve. And I don't know how big this train station is going to be. It might be too big to go that way. It might need to go this way. Again, these are all pure nodes, I guess. Double check. Oh no, that's a normal node. Pure node. We have 3 pure nodes though. It's not that. We can remove that. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Let's see. Oh, the other 2 are right here. Okay, so 2 pure nodes, 3 pure nodes, that's 1,200 times 3. 3,600. Plus another 600. 4,200. 4,200 coal right there. So 4,200 divided by 300 is going to give us what? That is 14 cars long. Wow, okay. We definitely gonna need a lot of space here. And when we go to do our station, if we did it this way, they would be on the left side. We go to put our freight platforms down. Yeah, they'll be on the left side. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have enough room going that way for 14 of them. Yeah, we definitely, this is going to be a big train station. Okay, so yeah, we'll just tap all of those, bring those up, zip them in there. I say we just go right into the train station right here. Yeah, we can just do this. We can turn off our auto connect. Gonna go right in. We're gonna put the train station right here. We're gonna need a lot of space. The other thing is cool is that I can actually see the other train station from here. So this train station might end up going over the top of that other track that's over there. I'm kind of feeling like it might have been easier to come from that side and just built the train station from that side. But then it would have had to go all the way down and then around and then back. Or here it can just go straight down and then grab it and turn around. Interesting thing is it could come from this way, get on that track and take that track back. But this would be its own track, especially with a train that this long. This is going to be an absolute humongous train. All right, 14. It's going to be 14 cars long. And then you have to divide 14 by 4. And that's how many engines we're going to need. This divided by 4. I'm using my spreadsheet over here. So basically 4 engines on top of the 1 engine we already got. Or really, it'd be 4 total engines you need, and I'll put an extra. There we go, better way of saying it. So we're going to end up with 5 engines on this train, too. So I have 4 engines in the back, 1 in the front. That'll be 5, and then we'll have all of the train cars. But we got plenty of space here for these engines to sit in the back here. But now we got to do 14 cars. And again, you can have them all consolidated if you want, but I'm going to maximize my throughput by putting in the extra effort here. All right, page down. Turn this back to auto connect. And there's 3. So if you need 14, you have 3 each. That's going to be 14 divided by 3 is going to be 5 of these. All right, so there's 1. Whoa, 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 losing power, losing power. We got to fix our power connection here. Fix our track connection so that power is being brought forward. There we go. I'll do it from this side. See what the heck I'm doing. All right, there we go. I never trust it because it always is trying to trip you up. So that's 2. Three. That's number 4. Oh yeah, so glad I went this way. And this is number 5. But really, this is 3 times 5, which is too many. Which is 15, and we need 14. So we need to take the front one off. And redo all of these. Take all this out. Like so. And again, we come back later and we add supports and all that stuff later. But for right now, we are going to just make it float for a bit. There we go. Again, this one definitely needs to be up pretty high. Control page down to get it just right. Reconnect that. Okay, now we need to take out every third one because we added the train station after we added the freight platforms. It's true. It's messed it up so many times. I don't even trust it anymore. I just do every third one. And we got that going. All right, that all looks good. And actually doing the extractant is fairly easy. We're just going to need to get it over here and run it up along the back edge here. We could store it on the other side and then just have it run through. We'll just do it on this side. We'll just stay consistent. That is a long, long train. Oh, I actually cut that perfectly. Okay. Now we got our inputs. Want to work on. Always looks like it's lined up, but then it's not. Go with that. Again, notice that it doesn't show me the connection in this direction. It makes that a lot harder to get that going. But it does show me when it's lining up with my other blueprint at least. So at least we can get this direction going good. And get that lined up. Never trust it, as it's always trying to trip you up. I find that I constantly gotta watch out because it's he's trying to get me to do it twice, and a lot of times it does get me. Especially on this mini. High chance you're going to mess that up on this mini. At least one of them. At least. Best just to take your time. All right, seems okay. Let's see how this works out. Yeah, these ones are way back here. They're back a little further than I normally do them, but that's okay. It'll all work out in the end. All right. These are going to be the first 4. And they are going to be working together. Those are the next 4. Okay. And those are going to be working together. Right over there. 1.2, June 2nd. You ready? I hope so. I'll probably, wait for him to, get that going a little bit. But yeah, I did mention that earlier, that it is coming on Tuesday the 2nd, couple weeks. So awesome. Those 2 are going to be their own. These are all going to be a different color. Let's just make it purple. All right, purple, purple. The reason why I do that just visually allows me to remember what I was doing when I was doing the thing. If you know what I mean. Yeah, I definitely want to check it out. Now, I'm kind of glad that I didn't go through all the effort of making some big old factory. Make all this production, and then now I have to rewire it all. I haven't got to that part yet. I'm just doing all the power. It's actually kind of cool because we've done all the things that we didn't really need to chain power to the other thing. Like if you're doing a bunch of constructors, you would chain it from one constructor to the next to the next, instead of having to run all the wires. Which is cool because now I can adjust my blueprints, so going forward, all that stuff will be good. Though I could have always just come back and done it anyway, but I think we're good. Okay, so this is the normal node. These are going to be the pure nodes. So we have 3 pure nodes. And then the normal node is going to be at the end. All right, let's go get these nodes. I can tell you 100% chance that I have never bothered to ever come over here and use these nodes. Never once, everybody. Never once. And we got power running all the way through here. But what we should really do is make sure that we do tap our power here. And again, we'll put supports under here and all that stuff. We should go over here and make sure we kind of, what's known as back chain. You back chain your power to all the power coming through the electric lines. So we're going to go there. And then we're going to find our train station power. And then we're going to bring the real power down here. Like this. There we go. Instead of these random lines. So I might come back later and remove all these little random lines everywhere. But definitely looking forward to 1.2 and trying it out on this playthrough. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to put that over there for those 2. This will go to that one. Where'd the other one go? Right there. So this one will go to that one and this one. All right, Fred is back here in the back, so I think he's trying to tell me to come back here and do this one. Let's go right up in here and blow up some baddies. Boom! Later, sucker! Got wrecked from explosive rebar. Boom! Clear out some trees. Where are you going? Oh, let him on out. Oh, come on. He should have got wiped out. Look out, Fred. Fred's like, I'm out of here. Kismet's using explosives. I don't blame him. Don't want my vision obscured when I'm doing these kind of things. And I certainly don't want them in my line runs, and I don't want anybody throwing a bunch of toxic stuff out by my, by my lines. Surprise, sucker! All right. I think we cleaned this place up a little bit. Nice. Let's get our extractors going. I think these are both pure nodes. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. That's going to be a lot of coal right here. All right. Let's get one now. Both go in the same direction. They are. All right. Use my little Kismet technique to align my stuff here, and this is going to go out 6 meters, or you can count it out by 5. The extractors here are 6 meters, and that's not straight. And the oil ones are 7 meters. Nope, and that does not line up either. Turn it around the other way. There we go, 6 meters. And then we put a foundation down, and I usually put one on top, because you can snap your foundation to the bar. That's what makes it so awesome. And then I take this out, I take that out. Just run that nicely across the top. Same thing here. And then we put back in our extractors by aiming at the node. Nice, nice. This is definitely going to have to go from the front on this one. And this one, we could do it from the back, but since we're doing that other one from the front, we'll just do this one from the front too. And that's aligning the blueprints by the front. And then we'll go blueprints, extractors, mega extractor, turn this around, and get this lined up. Looks good. I never trust it not to be messed up in some way or another. It usually is. Connect that power. Connect this here. You can see that perfectly lines up too. It's not like, you know, they do that kind of wonky using the cement block crap. That sucks. You want to have it be beautiful and be perfect. Like that. That's awesome. All right, we'll run that power down there, and we can also chain this power across over to... Oop, okay, or we can just click like that. Whatever you feel like doing there, mouse. Try that again. Right over there. There we go. Reload our weapon. Hide our weapon. And more overclocking. This is going to be a big boy. 1200. Put that right up here. And we'll go 1200. Hundo. And then we're going to copy that. And we're going to paste it right over here because it's going to be the same thing. Overclock. Oh, mama. That is a lot of that. Okay, so we got that working. And now we want to do these down here. Some more nature readjustments. That's a tough one in the corner right there. Very tough. Kind of feel like that and like this. Nice and straight. And another one that's going to need to be done from the front. These really do fit in here close. $600 there. That's just a normal node. Nice. And then we have our other one, which is right here. You see, I got this down to a science, everybody. I've been doing this a long time. See, sometimes when it's backwards like that, you got to rotate it back the other way. Using your scroll wheel. Come out 6 meters. Tag it here. Bring it up just a little bit so it's above the node cluster there. And then when you go to run this back, it's going to be super sweet. You see it lines up absolutely rock solid on those foundations. Prefer to do this from the back edge because then you have this longer edge to check it out from. Make sure that it is at both the horizontal and vertical same. And we just take that out. Blast them bushes. Missed them. Nice. Just double click right there once you have that lined up. And then if we look at all of our stuff, we want to see a bunch of this going around the outside, which we can see there. This is going to be 1200, which I copied from before. So really, this is 4 separate lines because we don't want to combine any of these lines together because they will go beyond the size of the belt. And we want to get them up there. Now this one here needs to end up on the one on the end. And then these are going to feed the other ones over this way. So what we want to do is just kind of have a place where we can line all these up. Kind of feel like we're going to go like that and up like that. I'll go over here and grab this guy while we're here. I see you there. I saw you there. Now you must pay! That's what you get. You get 1 free shot. And Kismet coming for you. Okay, so we want to go here and we want to get these to line up underneath here. So we want to get a good spot to kind of lift those. That's a good question. Let's see, probably right here since we already have a natural split there. And now what we're going to do is transition from the extractor grid to the world grid. All of my tracks and all that stuff are world grid. Oh man, I think that's going to be perfect. Oh, nice. Okay, and so we got to run them up that way. Like so, and then we'll take all of this out. And we'll take these top 2 out. There we go. And these are just going to be, we're going to use these for guiding these up here. And again, we're going to have 4 of these, so we probably need a double wall. Get. Yeah, and we can line those up nicely. Okay. So, I want to take that up the side of that wall. Something like that. Let's take this out. Okay, now what we want to do is line these up in such a way that they will look cool as they're going up the side here. So maybe like this, maybe a little closer. Something like that. Bingo. Bingo was his name. Oh, okay. And then right there. Right there. Right there. Showing you some of my best techniques, everybody. Again, use those for lining those up. Now, again, we can use floor holes if we wanted to, but we don't want to. Actually, add that extra one just so we can see the height. Height looks good. And so we're just going to have it come up and then switch back like so. Across here. Very nice, and we'll use this to back that up to there. Okie dokie. And so again, the rightmost one needs to be that one. So let's do that first. Oh boy. I think we can get that out of there. Just do this. And do a straight. Into the first one. Okay. Now we want to get this one to run under here. Okay, and that's its own one there. And then we want to run these two to right here. I like to make it curve because it's really cool. Love the curving function in this game. All right, there we go, everybody. That is an insane amount of coal right there. And again, we got all of them set up in such a way that the 601 is on the right side. So that's going to go all the way to the end. So we're going to go up here and we're going to take route number 1 and 2 this way. So we're going to use our walls, and we're going to use our very cool double wall here to run these nicely. We're going to run that like that. This one and that one. There we go. And 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now you might be going, Kismet, that one's only running at a maximum of 600. Why are you using a 1200 belt? Because you might as well use as fast as you got. Because otherwise, it's running slower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Right there. Might as well run it at its maximum speed. Now these ones, we're going to run across like so. There's a bit of a delay on this too before it actually runs the belt. And then this is going to go this way. And we're going to take this. And I don't know, just default's probably good enough. And that first one's going to start going up here. And it's going to run across and start to backlog these 4. And then this next one over here. We can go ahead, run this out, and we're going to turn it like so. And we don't necessarily need our wall things. Just needs to make it to there. And then this one, we're going to turn like this. And since we're running 2 of them, we're just going to do this. And when you're doing these corners, this is a great function of the straight function. See how it does that? If you use the straight, it does that kind of nice 90-degree elbow, which always looks pretty sexy. All right, let's run the rest of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is your maximum belt distance. And then we'll go back to defaults. Sometimes the straight function does weird things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I love these things. I wish I had these for pipes. It'd be awesome. And then this one over here. Yeah, we'll go this way. And maybe some cool straight elbow action there. And then this one just as far forward as it can go. Let's say there. And then this one will just turn this way. And then a straight function there. And now we should have that running into those 2. This one running into those 4. And again, that's why I have this like this. So I can just look down the line and see that they're doing that. I can see these are actually offset from each other. This one's back just a little further. Somehow those got offset. These are all fine. It's fine. I can tell it because these are not aligned straight. But that's okay. We'll roll with it. It doesn't really affect our output. And again, look at this. We can see all of this feeding into the things. Okay, now we want to make sure that these actually are accepting coal. And I check every single one. Yeah, some are going to have more than others based on the manifold, where if they're at the beginning of the manifold or if they're more toward the end, but we want to see at least some. Okay, there we go. Now that is going to fill all of that up, and that's a lot. All right, so now what we need is we need a train. What do we feel like calling this train? We'll probably call it the same thing we kind of called this over here. We'll call it Center Coal Pickup. How about that? Nice. Okay, we got that done. And now we need a train. So let's put our train in, get it going. Right over here. And so, boom, right there. And we need 14 cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, that is a very, very large train. All right, and then we are going to have 1, pull 3, 4 engines at the end to push this big old train. Now this block signal is not far enough back. So we are definitely going to put a block signal back here that, you little. That fixes that. We also need some fixing of our hypertube here. And then a very cool curved hypertube there. All right, that's all looking good. We've got our train in. That's a big, big boy train. Now, again, we got to go do the same thing, but on the other end. And it's going to be very, very large. Okay, and we're going to name this train Center Cold Train. There we go. Edit the timetable. Center Cold Pickup. We're going to save that. That thing's ready to rock and roll. Okay, let's go check our tracks. Oh, I'm blocking that train from returning. My bad. We need to cut up our train here a little bit. One there. One there. One on the way back. Like so. Once this crosses this threshold, same thing here. Another one way up here in case this one is coming through there. Yeah, don't like the position of that one. Back here. All right, getting all those running where they should be running. That one's fine. All of these are fine. Those are all running where they should go. Okay. Again, chop up them tracks, everybody, so the incoming and outgoing trains aren't waiting for each other. All looks good. And this one right here, we could probably just take this one out. And do a little merging right here. Like this. No, you'd want it to go. Nope. And this, oh yeah, like this. And then like this, but don't need this. How would I go that way? Yeah, you would not be able to go this way, so we gotta take that out and make another junction here. Take you this way, that way, or you could go that way. Check our hypertube. If you drop out of the hypertube, you're missing a section of your hypertube. All good. That's all good stuff. Okay. Getting it done little by little, chat. We're working on it. We're getting there. This is some big undertaking here, but this is massive. Again, we're getting all the coal. That's pretty close to that pole. And then stopping here. And making sure we got all this cut separate. Kind of feel like we could get this to move up onto this flat area also. We definitely need to cut this long segment up. That one going that way. That one going that way. There we go. Cut that up a bit. So these trains can be intersecting each other. Okay, speaking of trains coming in, so this one's going to be going the opposite way. Maybe going right. This is going to be going left. Want to be careful or we'll crash into our train. But we can always re-rail the trains. So that seems to work. So we all good. Okay, so what do we need to do now? We just need to make that train station on the other side. Central coal pickup. Back the other way. And that was 14 stations long. Hypertube launcher time. Sent us the wrong way. Back this way. But got us way over here pretty quickly. I would have had to switch it on my way down there, which I had forgotten. Feel like we need some more block signals down here too. We'll come back for that one. Oh, that's our nitrogen train. You got this set up right, you can just start yourself going and whatnot. You also, we used to have where you use your controller to turn off different entrances and exits. So you could just set up a bunch of entrances to turn on, and then it will automatically route you there because it'll have a decision point, and the one that's off, it will not go that way. And the one that's on, it will go that way. Woo! Here we go. Look at this giant vertical super builds there. Big old train coming up over there. And yes, that makes me dizzy. All right, how we doing on time? Gosh, time flying by. Flying by. Okay, so this one's going to come in this way, and it's going to go down here. It's going to have to loop through this all the way down, loop through there, and then through here. Now's when we run into a problem. But we can just have it loop all the way through the end. Because again, these trains are really long. So we need to have a lot of space for these trains to go. By the way, notice that the trains are not running into each other anymore. And that's because we did add this extra bypass. So that they're not, the ones that are going to the right are not blocking the ones that are trying to go to the left. And they seem to be working fine now. So awesome. So now all we need to do is have this train come in, go around here, and then we'll just have it loop. Instead of going that way, it'll loop into the other one here. So let's go ahead and get this going. And this one's going this way. Again, we're not going to have it come in through there. We're going to have it go. This one goes down, loops, comes back, goes through there, and then loops back here, where we want the next one to go and loop into this one. Yeah. Yeah. We got this. Easy. He's always trying to trip you up vertically. See that? Trying to mess me up right there. And we want that to go right in there. So we could try to do it there. I feel like better back here. Right about there. And then the best way to cut this is just use a block signal. So you just take a block signal. Hopefully it's going the right direction, unlike that one. There we go. Then, since we cut it, we can now just use that cut to align that in. There we go. And now it's going to have a split where it goes either back or it goes into the next station. And let's keep it going. So we got to just recreate what we did on the other side over here. And we'll get it done. Oh, why is that weird? That's the wrong way there. Let's go to this side. There we go. Okay. Turn on our auto connect. Looks good. Again, this one doesn't need to return there. Use that outside edge to return, so when it goes back the other way, you can just use this outside edge. We're going to need to do some block signals right here. Yeah, it's not working. I already have one. Awesome. Again, so you're supposed to press the middle scroll wheel, and it's supposed to switch sides, but it just doesn't want to do it. So I have to do one side, and then just because now I've cut it, it does the other side. Not sure what's going on with that, but it'd be nice if they fixed it. Take out all these things there. Very nice. Okay. Okay, so we are, this is 1 and we need 5. Two. Come on it. 3. Number 4 and 1 more. Number 5. Okay, double check it again. We're gonna go in and maybe just color code these. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we should be removing the last one. All right, that was correct, Amundo. And let's get in here. I'll take all this stuff out. We don't need any of this. That hypertube while we're at it. Try not to get anything way off in the distance, which I've done way too many times. Oh, come on. And we cleared everything out. Yep. And we're ready now for our station. There we go. Got our auto connect on. Looking good vertically. And we are going to need way more room for all of this coal, that is for sure. And then we have our turnaround here. A little further vertically off. All right, looks good. Okay, now we got this going around. We have to fix this segment. And our light is now working. Oh, and we need to turn all these to red. Like so. So we have our incoming and outgoing. that is going to block that track. Because we have 5 total. Yeah, 5 total. So 1 in the front and then 1, 2, 3. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so we move our block signal up over here, and I'm going to use my scroll wheel, and it's not going to do a darn thing because it's being annoying. And we're going to do that. There we go. Cut that way back further so those other trains can go through there. We don't need this one. We'll deal with the hypertube in a minute. Just making sure these are all separate. Okay. Now we need to put our storage in. So we want to cover back up all of these. We're going to need more road action. Where is this going? Right side. Go to blueprints, so it's not. Ow, so close. Changed the direction on me when I went to blueprints because it again tries to trip you up for some reason. And then, like so. Bring our power forward. Might as well do some cross connecting as well. And we'll just run it to here. Then run it to there. Now we got power running down the middle of our road here in case we need to utilize it. Or just for us to float around on while we're working on our stuff, yeah. Okay, now we need some boxes for some serious outputting. Just put it right there in the center, works for me. And one there. And these little markers, these little bars work. They work good, but if they don't work, then they don't work good. And bringing all the coal and all the oil into one central location. I feel like we're getting a crazy ton of stuff done today. We are crushing it. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying this. This is some serious mega building right here. We are on a roll. There we go. All right. Now, before we run all of our lines, we're going to need to go in and, again, fix our issue with connecting this, connecting the cargo freight train areas before we do the train station. Because normally it forces you to do the train station first. And in our case, since we have blueprints, it kind of trips it up. I just do every third one. That seems to fix it. In this case, it's going to be every second one because we took one out. And you'll see those ones are all in orange. And since we didn't run any lines, we don't have to redo any lines. There we go. Run all these out. Oh, that is not straight. Same thing here. I got offset. Offset forward. So that's just the way it goes. Don't necessarily have to aim at the actual thing. You're really aiming at the box. But good to aim a little low. Otherwise, it'll try to do the top one. Okay, and then the hardest thing to remember, unload. And we're going to see if this works. Again, while we're working on this, it's collecting crazy tons of coal, backlogging all that coal. Once we get this all over here, we'll go in and we'll do a bunch of numbers on a spreadsheet and figure out how much fuel we want to produce. Okay, and again, we got this is center coal drop off, and then why is it scrolling? I don't like the scrolling. Too long? It's a little too long. Maybe we just do this. Oh, by one letter. Just gonna say drop O. Good enough. I hate when it scrolls. All right. Center oil coal train. Center coal pickup. Center coal drop off. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. All right. Our ultimate goal is it picks up a bunch of coal, brings it over here, drops it off on this massive amount of 14 train cars here. So this one's actually larger than even the other one, I think. 14 plus 5. Yes, this is 20 cars long, including the engine. So this is the largest train now. Beat our 18 long train, which is over here. So yeah, very, very big. Though that one does seem longer. Why does that one seem longer than this one? Oh, that's 18 just train cars. No, that one is the longest one. Because that would be 18 plus 5 or 6 other trains. So that would be... so let's say 6. It would be 24 cars. So this is 20 cars. That's 24 total if you count the engines and the cargo. That's pretty long. Okay, let's go see if our coal thing here, we turn off our resources, and our center coal train is on the way back. Okay, and let's see if we've got any issues with our block signals while we're running. Probably we'll be fine, but this one needs to come in, go down, turn around, then end up here. Yeah. And we'll just put a block signal here. Let's say there. Again, you're supposed to be able to just do scroll wheel, and we'll do that. So we've got this going in the other direction in case another train needs to come through here, which it shouldn't because we have a turnaround back there. So no other train should have to go along here, but just in case, we'll go ahead and cut this up a little bit because you never know what we're going to do in the future. Well, that turned out awesome. Look at this, everybody. There's some serious amount of resources coming through here. Look at that big old train over there. Okay, waiting for our train to come back. Mid-oil train, cold train, quartz train, center quartz train, lake oil train. Far cold train, extra. Man, our train should be coming in. Oh, I think it's waiting for this big train to pull out here. And then we're going to have our train over here, and we're going to see if it runs out on the first try. Again, if it needs to go left, it can just go left there, or if it needs to go straight, it can go straight. So in this case, it's just going to go left, causing less of a bottleneck. And this should be our other train that we need. And we want to see it come down and go off into here. That's not it. That was a different train. Maybe it's the next train. Not that train. That's a tiny train. Not that train either. Maybe it's still making its way here. Not it either. That's an oil train. That one needs to go left. Dropping off that one. Where is that train? Oh, there it is, going down the spiral. Going down the spiral. Here it comes. Oh, yeah, you can see it now. That's a big train. Waiting for those other trains to clear. Should turn itself around. There it goes. All right. Come on, center train. Center coal train. Going down there. And again, we want to see it come down and then cut across. End up in here. Other train able to go through and turn around. Yeah, there it goes. Let's see if it unloads all of it. If it does, then we did our job right. Slowing itself down. Are we going to get them all on the first try? That's always the most amazing thing when you get it on the first try. Oh, yeah. We got every single one. That's cool. 14 cars at once. Okay, that's going to roll out. And we got this, does fit, so that's good. That should be pretty easy for that. It's just going to go this way and then end up just running along the side. And we should see it outputting all of the coal on every single one. Again, watching that train. It's good. Yep, running out coal on every single area. Wow, okay, we got that one. We redid all of this. We still have our quick wire and our other train, but right now we don't need that. And we kind of worked all of this. I feel like the only thing we need now is to work a little bit our hypertube here. And we should be good. So a little junction like this. And then we'll curve it that way. And if we want to, we can curve that way. Yeah, that's a much better layout than I had before. And really long coal trains. And again, everybody, that's about the end of how far out I can go. So if I did put another coal train there, I'd probably be in trouble. Feel like we're going to need more area for our coal trains. We could do a double-decker train stations. Like, we could have put these train stations on top of each other as well. A little tempted. I wonder how big those other stations are going to be, though. So if those stations are going to be small, depending on what kind of coal nodes they are. Look how you can see the light lighting up all the things that's going through there. That's cool. Depending on the length of those other trains, I think we got a good amount. But I think this one up here at the top is going to be probably our biggest train here. Again, we got all of that. We got all of this down here. All of this is already running. This is already running. So really, probably run that down to that eventually. And a bunch of coal nodes just spread out all over the place. I'm trying to get the ones that are closest to each other. So this is oil can pickup. We could keep that going and get all these nodes. What are these? It's a pure node. Normal. Okay, we can combine those. And then those are just impures. Okay. Up here, we'll probably all combine all those together. And then all of these. I think the toughest ones are these ones here in the center because they're really far away from each other. And you got them kind of spread all the way through this middle part here. I could have brought that one down too. I feel like I want to cluster all of these together. Oh boy, that's another pure node too. And we can see that the train car is going by here. So we could just grab all of these and run those over to there. Or grab all those, run those here. Grab all these, run them here. Run that there. Grab all of these and this one and run it here. Oh, man. See, again, they're all over the place. It's real difficult. Like, these are clustered, so this is not too bad. Oh, boy, 3 pure nodes right there. We are going to have a tremendous amount of coal. I think we're going to need more room for our coal trains. we're going to have way more coal than we have the ability to do than oil. To use that even for all this oil that we have. So we're going to be using this coal for other things as well. For sure. Okay, that's a job for next time, everybody. We're going to head on out of here and rest up. Good morning, Kismet in chat. Having a wonderful Wednesday. I am actually having a wonderful Tuesday into Wednesday. In just a couple weeks, everybody, they got 1.2 coming up for Satisfactory. We'll check that out when it drops. But right now, Kismet Love Train. Here we go. All right, I'm going to let that run, everybody, and that's going to backlog a bunch of that. I think we got a ton done today. Not going to go as long as I did last night. We're going to try to get some rest. But this way we can come back and we can have some more fun later tonight, like this right here. We're going to be back later tonight playing some Fallout 4, Rise of the Tycoon Empire. We got so much going on right now. So many different games we're playing. Then we'll be back on Thursday, more Subnautica 2. Friday, potential bonus stream. We'll see how it goes. Then Saturday, 2.6 team play. We might have to reset because our server is doing something funky. Then on Sunday, I'm actually going to be doing 7 Days to Die solo play, not Conan. But we'll have some fun doing all that this week, as well as you can help out the stream by popping on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Unless you're already there, even easier, you can just hit the subscribe button, follow button, and leave a comment. Check out twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button over there. Also, you can check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, and of course, support over there. The best place to support the Kismet Love Train. As well as get a bunch of exclusive content, including those blueprints that you saw me using right over there. But you can use them in your own playthrough, modify them, adjust them, do whatever you feel like you want to do on your end. Also posted all the colors and all of that stuff up there as well, so you guys can use it as a color chart of all the different colors that I use. So we're going to head on out of here, but before we do, everybody, we're going to go ahead and shower you with a bunch of Kiz Caps. We're going to go ahead and raid somebody. Let's go see who we got that we can raid. And I feel like I want to just go ahead and, before we do that, we're going to go ahead and finally fix the thing here, because I don't know how this got messed up. But we're going to go in and we're going to fix all of this. Oh, I'm going to set a reminder too in here. All right. Reminding myself to do some stuff. All right. So we'll get to that. Over here. Right there. Okay. And let's fix this thing. For some reason, my love train thing is not doing the follow thing. Let me try it again here. Ha! There we go. Now we got it. All right. It's fixed. Okay. Cool. Let me go fix it over here. Where's all my buttons? I need my buttons. Right over here. Right. Okay. We're just gonna fix this. Oh, wait, we can just do this. We got to fix some buttons over here, everybody. We got to fix all the buttons. Go over here. Now, while you're waiting, everybody, grab that Kismet Love Train right there and paste it back into the chat while I'm doing what I normally am doing, which is fixing things. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong keyboard. No wonder it's not working. Having the correct keyboard works awesome. All right, and then this is Love Train. Okay. And then we got that all fixed, and if I just press this button, it should put it in the chat. Okay, now we got it going on. So you want to go ahead and grab just the end of the thing there. It says copy this and throw it in the chat like that. Now again, the more people I see throwing it in the chat right now while I'm getting this raid set up, the more Kiz Caps I'm going to give you guys before we roll on out of here. Let's see. Whoa, not that many people playing some Satisfactory right now. Okay, okay. Who we got? There we go. There we go. Over here, over here. A bunch of people without cameras in here today. Let's go see what we got over here. I like this one already. He's got a cute cat. I love the cat. The cat's awesome. Dude's just smoking, having a good time, playing some Satisfactory. All right, we'll go show some love here, everybody. Again, I don't typically raid peeps who have massive viewers. I try to help the little guy. So we're going to go ahead and get this going. Right over here. Yeah, I see you guys doing it there. Tab, Rotisserie G's ready to raid. Let's go ahead and queue up this raid here. There we go. I like getting back to raiding, everybody. It's very fun. I always enjoy raiding peeps as well. And again, you can make your own Kismet love train. Here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go ahead and pop on over to his channel. We're going to hit that follow button. We're going to lurk in the channel for a while. Show him some love. Over there, this guy's name is Music Man Loxton. He definitely needs some better lighting for his camera, but he is sitting playing some Satisfactory. And in his bio down there, it says "The Boss of Me Cuddles," which is the name of his cat. I never met this guy before, but he's about to get a lot of love from my channel. That's for sure. Now, again, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiz Caps for being awesome and also for being part of this raid. So we're going to go in and show them some love, and I will see you guys again tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, we're out of here. Bye, everybody. Oh, thanks to everybody over here, and thanks to all my Patreon supporters down there. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.